I would like to request
जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता। जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता। तेरी जय को शंख बजाए, रोशन तारे बन जाए, बखरी तेरी शोहरत सदा सदा रहे। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शानो पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शानो शौकत सदा रहे। तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय, तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय।
Thank you everyone. Please welcome our guest with a bouquet of flowers. Now I would like to invite Professor Anil Kumar, Chairperson UI.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. So very good morning to all of you, esteemed guests, respected colleagues, dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure and happiness to welcome our distinguished chief guest of today's function, Shri J.M. Balamurganji, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Defence, Services Welfare, Government of Punjab, Dean of University Instruction, Punjab University, Professor Yojana Rawat ji, Local Coordinator GIAN, Professor Gurjaspreet Singh, Professor Indupal Kaur ji, Course Coordinator of this program, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, industry partners, dear participants to this 5-day International GIAN workshop at Punjab University. I also especially extend my warm welcome to Professor Sanjay Garg ji from University of Adelaide, Australia, whose presence enrich this program, as well as I also welcome our participants from industry, researchers, professionals who will make their best use of these 5 days by imbibing the energy as well as new ideas disseminating to them. Some of the finest minds and resource persons, including Professor Garg, to reflect how innovation is created, can be protected, nurtured, and translated into the real world of society. Innovation has been always a driving force behind human progress. But in today's dynamic world, it is not enough to generate the ideas, but also create effective pathways to transform these ideas into tangible products, services, solutions that benefit the society at large. This is where the technology transfer, licensing, product expansion, competition, knowledge sharing, sustainable growth. By bridging the gap between research and industries, we can ensure that discovery made in the laboratory reach the marketplace, improve the quality of life, and strengthen the economy. UIPS is one of the front leaders in the area of drug discovery, and not only in the Punjab University but also as a global ranking. In terms of patent filing, 12 technology has been transferred by Punjab UIPS to the industries, 9 products in the market in the name of Pew on the label that gives the activeness of UIPS in order to achieve this innovation. I'm confident that the deliberation here will generate new insight, foster collaboration, inspire actionable strategies. On behalf of organizing committee, I once again extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers.
Of human and animal patient. With a PhD in pharmaceutical science, master's degree in management, and a passion for innovation, he leads translational research that bridge cutting sciences with practical healthcare solution. As co-director of the Center for Pharmaceutical Innovation and Director of Pharmaceutical Innovation and Development Group at University of South Australia, Professor Garg drives pioneer research to develop novel therapeutics and delivery systems. His patent formulation have achieved significant global impact. Other innovation reaching clinical stage and markets in India, US, New Zealand, UK and Australia. Global initiative of academic network GIAN in higher education was launched in 2015. It is a program of Ministry of Education aimed at tapping the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the Institute of Higher Education in India. GIAN envisages to catalyze higher education institutions in the country, and it includes all IITs, IIMs, Center Universities, IISc Bangalore, IISers, NITs, IIITs, subsequently covering all good state university where the spin-off is vast. GIAN is an evolving scheme which include participation of foreign faculty in institute as visiting faculty or professor of practice to participate in delivering 5 days or 10 days courses. The first course was conducted by Punjab University in year 2016. 26 courses have been conducted so far, and we are looking forward to conduct more courses in
of Punjab since 2022 and served as Principal Secretary.
Professor Indupal, Professor Sanjay Garg, and Professor Anil Kumar. The Anil Kumar, Professor Guljasprit, sorry, didn't get the name. Good morning to all of you. Sorry, didn't get the name. Good morning to all of you. Let me thank the organizers. Professor Indupal Kaur reached out to me saying that I should come and inaugurate this workshop. And I'm pretty glad to be here in what is kind of a technical workshop. We are glad that Professor Sanjay Garg has come all the way from Adelaide to be with us and to share his knowledge on what is essentially a field which is an intersection of technology and commerce. It's a very interesting field. I suppose it's good for youngsters, researchers to know the technicalities of this field as the country progresses more into technological innovations and the relevance of technology increases for the economy. I suppose we should have more experts handling this area. At the very, very macro level, I mean, if I were to look at it from a point of view of an economist, technology is going to be the force multiplier. The country cannot aim to reach something like $5 trillion economy with the traditional, methods or resources that we have. We've been aiming at 5 trillion economy for quite some time. First they said 2025, now they're saying 27, 28 and all that. So hopefully if we have to reach the 5 trillion economy as early as we want to, technology has to be the force multiplier. Land, resources, capital, entrepreneurship, all those will remain. But if something is there that can get us there quickly, then it will be technology. And as we do know that in India, much of the research happens in the public sector. There is very few research happening in the private sector. And so we need to build an ecosystem which translate the research that goes on in the public institutions into what will fundamentally benefit the public at large. I recall an event which I attended in 2019. This was the Indian Science Congress, where the Prime Minister was the chairman. I think it was the first time Punjab hosted it in LPU. So it was a closed door meeting, and then all the big research institutions were there. And Prime Minister, the way he simplifies things, he asked one very straight thing कि ये बताओ कि इसमें लोगों का क्या फ़ायदा है. Of course, we had all the research institutions very validly putting forth their outcomes and achievements, but finally he came to this point कि इसमें कितने लोगों को क्या फ़ायदा हो रहा है. And then he asked, because the journey from a research concept to benefiting the people is a long journey, and there are multiple stakeholders in it. And then he asked, why aren't those people here who will translate this research to commercial benefits to the people? So we need to look at it very holistically, of course, not just as a research institution. That if you're looking for a translational research, that's not the end of the road. We need to look at who else and what else needs to be done to bring the research out of the labs onto enterprise, onto commercializing it in a way that finally benefits the human beings, which is the end goal of everything. I would say the end goal of pursuit of anything we do should be human welfare. And even in this particular subject of licensing and technology transfer in the pharmacy sector, as it is, as what is you're going to discuss, I would think that if there were to be some guiding light as to how we should look at it in an overall perspective, I feel there should be two guiding lights in this, like you can call it North Star. It's not specific to this sector, for any sector. One, we should see whether it is ultimately resulting in human well-being or not. And number two, both in working out the licensing and technology transfer terms, one has to see whether there is a fairness or equity in the distribution of responsibilities and the distribution of rewards that go out of this transaction. So if that fairness is not there in the arrangement of translating research into commerce, then somewhere along we will lose the plot, and each stakeholder, whether it is the inventor or the entrepreneur who comes and picks up that idea and translates that into benefits for the community, need to play that role with that responsibility and commercially benefit from that engagement in accordance with the contribution that he makes. So fairness should be a very prime factor in determining what goes on in this whole line of licensing and technology transfer. So I won't take much time here except to set out this broad context, and I think I should just say this. I feel like saying it because when I heard the anthem of PU, I always recall one particular concept which I feel should be the anthem for everybody. I don't know if you have heard about this video, Pale Blue Dot. How many have seen this video or a book by Carl Sagan, the famous astronomer? Uh, if you haven't, please do go and see the video. The book is called Pale Blue Dot, and that's basically he puts the things in perspective. Played Pale blue dot essentially uh, he signifies Earth as pale blue dot. When you see from the distance of a Saturn or Pluto, your Earth looks so tiny, like a peck of dust. And in this speck of dust, we seem to do all kinds of dramas that we are this, we are that, and we think that we are ruling the whole cosmos. So he kind of puts the whole thing in context, in an ephemeral context, that you are next to nothing. But still in this, we seem to think that we are everything and, this, that, and the other. We must play this out as an anthem wherever we go and put this in context. So, which is why I would like to imagine that even as researchers, even as we keep looking into the microscope, into smaller and smaller things, discovering newer and newer things, we should always have the larger context in life. Not just look down into the microscope, but look up to the sky for the larger context, and things will fall in place. I would just want to say this much and thank the organizers for inviting me for this wonderful workshop. And I hope the very best to all of you, the participants, that you will make the best use of the 4 or 5 day workshop that is being offered, and wish you well in your career or whatever else you want to pursue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. I would like to invite DY ma'am to present a memento to our chief guest, Mr. Bala Murugan, sir. Next, it is my honor to welcome Professor Yojna Rawat, Dean of University Instruction, Punjab University, to deliver the presidential remarks and grace the occasion.
A very good morning to all of you. My dear students, my esteemed colleagues, eminent scientists present here for this inaugural session of the workshop, and Dr. Murugan, who just left with his very valuable suggestion, and my heartfelt welcome to Professor Sanjay Garg, who's come all the way from Australia, from the University of Adelaide, to, as a resource person for the 5-day workshop on the very important title, which is very relevant and really need of the hour, that is innovation capitalized, harness licensing, technology transfer, and product expansion for the success. That we are living in an era where things are moving at a fast pace, and research across the globe are taking place also in a very rapid mode. So it has become very important that in today's knowledge-driven economy, innovation by itself is the only first step, nothing beyond that, if we don't move forward. And the real value emerges when we effectively channelize that innovation through a well-structured licensing models, technology transfer mechanism, and strategic product expansion. And these are the tools which allow us to lap to the market from the idea to impact people in general and the society, and also the market primarily. Licensing enables organization to share innovation without losing ownership, open up revenue streams, and fostering collaborations. Whereas technology transfer ensures that research and discoveries don't remain confined to academic papers, but are also transformed into product and service that benefit society. Meanwhile, the product expansion helps innovators adapt and scale their offering across markets, industries, and customer needs. When we use together everything, these strategies can accelerate growth and unlock immense economic and social value. We often see, I would like to talk about our own university, Punjab University. We often see the amount of research that is taking place in our university is huge. But sometimes we feel that with many of the departments, it stays confined only with publishing of research papers, completion of projects, and filing their reports. We don't move further, to take further steps, licensing them or transfer of the technology, and further the expansion of the product that on which we worked in the project or the research is based on. And I have no hesitation to say that the amount of work and research which we are taking place in Punjab University is majorly in number of publications and research projects. And when we see the data for our NAC and we upload the data, it comes, very clear picture comes that we have done a lot of work, but it remains confined to us. So there's a need that we move forward and we take benefit of the research that we have done so that we have a success story. And the recent success story of Punjab University is our own department of University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Ma'am, Dr. Indupal Kaur and Dr. Anil is sitting here, and they are the proud faculty members who received this honor from the Government of India, being chosen the third best department of pharmaceutical sciences. So I think, friends, we have already proved this, that by moving forward initially and also public perception. I'm not an expert of the subject.
It would create enterprises, generate employment, and also position nations as leaders in the global knowledge economy. So over this next 5-day program, we will try to share knowledge and demonstrate through case studies. Dr. Garg has really worked very hard to create a program for all of you, where there would be interactive sessions and case studies to partner effectively with industry, how to navigate regulatory and legal frameworks, and nurture an ecosystem where innovation thrives. We must all recognize that every patent filed, every technology licensed, and every idea brought into society's surface is not just progress, but a step toward empowered and self-reliant Bharat. Bharat 2047, the vision which the Government of India and the Prime Minister Modi is carrying at this moment. So together with Professor Garg, the foreign faculty of the program, we tried to create a curriculum. We tried to build up from foundational topics like intellectual property, its types, its management, patent search techniques, to advanced themes like drafting technology transfer agreements, forging collaborations, business modeling, valuation, funding strategies, and market analysis. Interactive tutorials are planned, and they would guide you in building commercialization plans, assessing market readiness and commercial potential, as well as managing IP portfolios. So I would urge you all, learn, disseminate, and delve into this journey of innovation. Let this program inspire you to protect, partner, and prosper. At this moment, also take this opportunity, which is a very, I feel it as an honor to introduce our foreign faculty, Professor Sanjay Garg, who is at present donning several caps at the University of South Australia. He is, as I said, Professor of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and the name of the university is Clinical and Health Sciences, University of South Australia, Adelaide. He is also co-director for Center for Pharmaceutical Innovation since January 2022. And it is a research area, center which works in the areas of drug delivery, polymers, medicinal chemistry, and pharmaceutical innovation and development group, which is a network of research people who are spread across the globe, and they work on full spectrum of preclinical drug development. It is a collaboration between the academia and the industry. So you can very well gather that he is actually practicing whatever he is here to, steer us into. And they are working with several companies in developing human and veterinary pharmaceuticals, as well as biotechnological products, vaccines, etc. He is also chair Professoriate Group Clinical and Health Sciences. He is co-director China-Australia Center for Health Science Research, where they have a joint venture. There is a joint venture between the University of South Australia and the Shandong University in China, and it is like a sister state for them, and they are trying to build up relationship with China. He is also Director Center for Cancer Diagnostics and Therapeutics. He is also affiliate Future Industries Institute and the adjunct professor at Malaysia, visiting professor at Manipal College of Pharmacy. So he started his journey like any of us. He did his bachelor and master's from University of Delhi in pharmaceutical sciences, moved on to do his PhD from National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi. He then also did a certificate course in intellectual property and a master's in management from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. So prior to his current assignment, he has also worked as adjunct associate professor at School of Pharmacy, University of Auckland, and he also established a good laboratory practices, compliant lab and QAL. Before that, he was also associate professor at Naipur Mohali, and prior to that, he worked as a product development research scientist and assistant professor at St. Luke's Medical Center, Rush University, USA. And one of the products he started working on there is now on the market. He is an international expert with several scientific organizations spread across the globe: China, Singapore, USA, Ireland, Hong Kong, Royal Society of London, and so forth. He's been bestowed with several awards, including the Research Degree Supervisor of the Year Award from his university, his present university. He also earned the President's Medal. He also was a finalist in the commercialization category during the Research Impact Awards in 2018. He's bestowed certifications and collaborations, as I said, across USA, China, India, and beyond. And he continues to set new benchmarks in pharmaceutical innovation. We are very honored to have you with us today. Thank you so much, and I wish you all good luck, and I think we would all learn together across these 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing insights about the theme of the workshop. Our guest of honor and foreign faculty of the workshop, without whose content this program would not have materialized, Professor Sanjay Garg, is here with us from Adelaide University, Australia. Professor Indu ma'am briefed us about him, and it indeed will be a great honor to benefit from his expertise. Sir, we request you to address the...
My city, I can find it in here. But that's again shows, and I was saying morning. So thank you, Induji. You are amazing. And that's what keeps us going. That's the motivation we need to have in our life. Okay, that's the second bit. Third bit, proud to see a number of my friends here. My student Amita. Thank you, Amitav. Yeah, great to see you here. It's really nice to be with friends and make some new friends, which we'll be doing over the next 5 days. Now, the third thing which I should talk about very quickly is about, we heard Yojana ji talking about how many publications Punjab University has done. Induji mentioned about publications as well. But I was talking to a friend last week. We'll talk about corporate and all that stuff in next 5 days, but something which is just for all the academic colleagues as well. Last week I was talking to one of my friend. He is a senior manager in one of the IT firms in Adelaide. He was talking to me. He saw one of my posts on LinkedIn that, oh, my student has published this paper and it's, so how much are you getting paid for publishing that paper? I said, what do you mean paid? We don't get paid for publishing a paper. Then he asked, okay, what is involved in publishing a paper? I said, a student has to work maybe 2-3 years to get a good paper. A lot of hard work. I had to put my time and energy. University has provide all those resources, this and that. And then we end up with data which we publish. And he said, you do it for free. Sometime I review for those journals. Do you get paid for reviewing? No, I do it for free. Okay, so you do reviewing for free. Do journals make money? Yes, journals make money. And the worst was, I told him, sometime we pay journals it for us so that others can read it for free. Right? So think about this dilemma. What are we doing in our life? I'm one of the culprits. I have 280 publications. My H index is 71. I feel very proud of my achievement. I've done all this my life. My student
Presence and valuable contribution to this GIAN program. Presence and valuable contribution to this GIAN program.
नहीं नहीं मस्ती कोई नहीं करेगा सब काम करेंगे all right so when you are sitting you have to sit with someone you don't know that's the first condition so get up find a person you don't know as of now move get up I want you to sit with someone you have never met before get up change your seats अरे तो अभी देखो अभी क्या क्या मजा आएगा
हेलो
अब ये ऑन है ये ऑफ
हेलो हेलो
pointer yes
so are we starting now
I see all of you together
signal
and
नहीं आया
I'm sure
उधर।
all of you know each other. So please make groups with people you don't know.
and you have 5 minutes for speed dating speed dating minutes you have to talk to at least 4 other people within 5 minutes I want you to make 4 new friends your time starts now go around no find the person you don't know okay huh? Keep moving. Don't stick to one person. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. अरे नहीं कुछ तो मजा करेंगे keep moving I'm going to ask you who are you excuse me I'm going to randomly pick some of you and ask who are your 4 new friends. So keep moving. Move fast. Your time is finishing. Move fast. उस पे नहीं चलता है, टीवी पे चलता है, ठीक है. Okay, you have 1 more minute. Okay, your time is up. Take your seats, please. Quick, come on, move. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. The system is on now, so we can get started. Okay. Normally, you've heard about me quite a lot. Induji did full my CV as if I was applying for a job somewhere. But I normally would like to know about you. But this is a big class. Even if I give you 1 minute each, that will take almost 2 hours. 77 registrations. So it's a little difficult. So we'll do it in different ways. I'll keep doing over next 3 days. Right. So those of you who are from pharmacy, 4, 5. Faculty at biochemistry, good. And please keep your hands up. Those who are not from pharmacy. Okay. What are the area you are in? Biochemistry, which is not very far. Okay. Life sciences. Sorry. Management, good. And you? What's your field?
So I'm a independent associate at CGC London.
CGC, okay, all right. So most of you are from health sciences, which makes it easier. As I was preparing for these sessions, obviously you can pick examples from different areas, and I was not sure which one to go for. I'm from pharmacy and health science, so most of my thing is around health science. But it's good that there are not many, and those who are here, they're also from life sciences, so it makes it easier. Okay, now, those who are faculty here, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. Okay, okay. Those who are doing masters, okay. Those who are in first year PhD, 2, second year PhD, 3, 4, third year PhD. What are the others doing? Are you undergrads as well? Okay, those who are undergrads, about half class, perfect. So it's a very good mix, very diverse, which will make it interesting. Okay, who is tech savvy here? How would you rate your knowledge of using internet, phone, whatever? Can you call yourself tech savvy? Come on, yes or no? If you can classify yourself as, okay, if your grandma asked you, your dadi nani, if any of them asked, can you do this for me on internet, can you do that? Yes. Okay, so you are tech savvy. All right. Again, there's a reason why I'm asking that question, because some of the exercises that we'll be doing, you would need to have knowledge of internet, knowledge of computers. So, okay. All right. What else I needed to know? Okay. So normally I would have liked to do this as a workshop where you would sit in small groups and do that. But the room setting doesn't allow us to do that. So something that I want you to consider, I'll tell you the assignment first, maybe the tutorial first, and maybe you can start thinking on those lines. So your tutorial is going to be, so the way we are going to run this entire session, I have a number of lectures which will cover different aspects of intellectual property, from introduction to technology transfer to commercializations to all different aspects, which will cover over next 3 days. On 4th day, Induji and another faculty would talk about financial side of it, modeling and all. So that's 4 days program. So first half of the day, every day would be lectures, 2 to 3 hours. It's supposed to be 2, but it's probably going to take 3. And then second half, I want to run it as tutorial, where I want you to do a small exercise. And that exercise is, you'll have to think of one innovation, something that does not exist as of now. Okay? Think of an innovation, and you will work on that innovation with me in this tutorial over next 4 days. I'll give you an example. I want to go to the moon. Okay? And this is a real life thing that has happened with me. I used to drive my son to a school every day when he used to go to school in Auckland, New Zealand. And with traffic and all, we used to sit quite a lot in the school, in the traffic. My son is a mechanical engineer now, and he was mechanical engineer from the day he was born. He was of that kind who would get a toy and break it apart in 30 seconds and then think about it, what's inside. He never cared about how the vehicle works. It just was what is inside. Anyway, so he used to go to school, and we used to talk about, he used to say, Dad, how can I skip traffic? What can I do to avoid it? And obviously I never had an answer. I would say, beta, keep sitting, listen to music, and we'll get there on time. I'll make sure you get there before school time. So during these discussions, we came up with an idea, what if we have a flying car? And this I'm talking of in terms of time frame, let's say 4 plus, about 10 years ago. So he's done engineering, he's working somewhere for a few years. So about 10 years ago, school time, 10th, 11th kind. And we came up with the idea that if we have a flying car, we should be able to push a button, fly up, get to the school, get down, no traffic, nothing. There might be traffic in the air, but no traffic on the road. Right? So that idea at that time was new, exciting. But these days, again, those who are tech savvy, you might have some Instagram stuff on robo-taxis, and China is playing out that you can sit in a drone and go somewhere. So it's becoming reality. So I've seen that happening in my own life, where we dream of something and then in 10 years' time, it has gone from an idea. 10 years ago, there was no flying vehicle. But these days we have, all the war in Russia and Ukraine, India, Pakistan, forget about Russia. All that war happened with drones this time, right? So that's an example of all that happening. So coming back to the topic, I want you to think of one innovation. You don't need to tell anyone, keep in your mind, think of an innovation. It can be based on an unmet need, anything that bothers you, something for which I wish there was a solution for it. I wish there was a robo who can make up my room. I would love to have a robo who can iron my clothes every morning. I don't want to do that. And in Australia, we have to do it ourselves. We don't pay someone to do it. We can't afford to pay because this person will charge more than the cost of the shirt to iron the shirt. So we don't pay anyone. So we do it every day ourselves. So I want to have someone who can do that for me. So that's my wish list. Okay? So I want you to think of one wish list item, and you will need to tell me that after lunch break. So when we come to tutorial, the way it's going to run, you will work on your wish list item over next 4 days. So we start thinking of, if we are going to file a patent, how I'm going to file patent for this invention. So you'll create a need, and you will create a hypothetical solution. Okay? If I take my example, a robot which can iron my shirt. So I'll imagine somebody can design a robot which can iron a shirt. Okay? Now, our assignment would be, if there is a robot, a company is able to design that kind of robot, how would you go about translational part of it? How would you file a patent? How would you find an investor? How would you come up with a commercialization plan? How would you do all of that? Making sense? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Good. Okay, it may be confusing, but it'll get clear as we go forward. But I'm giving you some examples of what you can think of. Anyone can think of a quick example of what you are dreaming of? What's your unmet need? Anyone? You'll have to be speaking in this course. You cannot be sitting quiet. I cannot speak for 3 hours in a row. So I need a break. I want you to speak in that time. Okay, any examples? Okay, don't think of the solution, think of the problem. What are the problems that you have in your life that you want to be solved? Madam wants to listen what other people are thinking. Perfect, that's a good thing. If that's what you want, maybe that it will be quite dangerous.
Imagination of the run karo. This would be very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
I take it back. I don't want to know what people are thinking.
You don't want to know, seriously, you don't want to know what others are thinking.
True, definitely not.
I don't want to think of, no, I have enough of my own issues. Why do I want to think of others? Galat. Yeah.
But like you can run your imagination.
Yeah. So anyone with an example, come on, give me some idea. You should be more dreaming than me. Come on. Yes. Yeah. What does that mean?
Anything. Just open a door, I can reach there. It is not possible, I know.
No, it can be possible. Anywhere doors. She wants to create a door which she opens. She wants to be in Paris. Open the door. She's in Paris. Okay, ambitious enough. Good. Why not?
Imaginary pen.
Imaginary pen.
I can write what is in our mind.
Okay. Bright idea here. Imaginary pen. Whatever she's thinking, the pen should be right for her. Good one. On it. I'm not aware of anything like that, but that would be one part of it. Okay, anyone else? Okay, thinking. This is, as I said, this is an exercise. You will have to identify an assignment by end of lunchtime today, and that will become your assignment. An assignment by end of lunchtime today, and that will become your assignment, and you will work on it. So pick up something which is exciting, which you can enjoy working. I mean, that's one thing I always tell my students, that you need to enjoy what you're doing. Otherwise, it's boring. You'll get sick of me very quickly, and you'll get sick of all this technical stuff. It's going to be boring. So we want to make it interesting. And you need to enjoy, learn that as part of this process. So pick up your idea. So what I'm going to do after lunch, I'm going to create small groups. We'll work out the numbers. I'm still thinking through that. How many? 4 or 5 of you. Then you will toy through your idea, all 4 or 5, whatever ideas you have. Pick one of those, and that will become something that you'll work on over the next few days. Because think of the dream. I mean, think of the wish list. I wish somebody can do this for me. Or there was a gadget which can do this for me. Yes? Okay, good one. A cooler or AC without electricity. Perfect. I don't know if it is possible, but yes, that's the fun of invention. All right. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll quickly run through some of my slides. So this session has 3 sets of slides. Have they got copies of slides? Induji, have they got copies of slides? No. With University of Adelaide, and we are becoming Adelaide University from 1st Jan 26. which is already happening. So it's a complete mess at our place. All our bosses have lost their jobs. Our vice chancellors are gone. My boss is gone. We are getting new, because both universities have vice chancellor. They said throw them out, gets a new vice chancellor. So a lot of mess is happening in that process. But I'm officially an employee of Adelaide University now. We are ranked 82nd globally. So we are in top 100 in the world. 5 of Australia's 15 Nobel laureates came from this university. How many Nobel laureates came from India? How many Nobel prizes have been won by Indians in India, not Indians outside? There are many. Come on, you'll fail in GQ, general knowledge test. Okay, something for you to check. Okay, but Adelaide, Australia has produced 15, out of which 5 came from this university. So we are very proud of what our university has done. Penicillin, Alexander think that penicillin was discovered in University of Adelaide, which introduced antibiotics to the world. 70,000 students, 7,000 industry thing. Adelaide is a small city. Our population is 15 million. No, sorry, 1.5 million. 15 lakh log hai. Chota sa desh. Chandigarh, how much is Chandigarh's population? Similar? So, yeah? 13. So, similar size as Chandigarh. But we are a lot more spread out. We are not as congested as Chandigarh is. Lot of R&D, discovery. Okay. And then we have some of these companies. So Australia and India are different in the sense that we have very little pharma industry. India is becoming world's pharmacy these days with all the manufacturing, everything happening here. But Australia has very few. Everything is imported. Our labor cost is too high. The minimum salary that is paid for somebody working at McDonald's in Australia is about $26 per hour, and $1 is 58 rupees. So if I call a gardener to work at my house, I have to pay him almost $50 per hour. That sort of gives you an idea of how expensive the country is. And that's why you can imagine, again, think from business point of view, it's cheaper for companies, for Pfizer, Glaxo to make the products in India and then supply to Australia than making in Australia. Right? So there's a lot of that happens there. So we have very few companies, very limited pool. Okay. So in my team, we do end-to-end R&D. This is a blurb which I sell to industry when we talk to companies. Some of the research areas we work on: cancer, infectious diseases, neurology, vet medicine, biopharmaceuticals. Is this a loose thing? Okay, so I'll keep going, don't worry about the slides. We are a big supplier of clinical trial materials. In my research, my team is of two kinds. One is we work with industry. With industry, we solve difficult challenges. They don't come to us for simple things. They come to us when they can't solve in-house. And so with companies, basically, they pay us money for doing research. And that money, so in Australia, we don't get financial support from universities for research. They give my salary, but then I have to find money for hiring staff, paying PhD scholarships, all of those kind of things. And that we do through industrial funding. With industry, we have developed a lot of veterinary products, and we have supplied formulations for fish, horses, for dogs, for cows, dogs, pigs. These are projects done with pharma and veterinary pharma companies. And I'll be talking more of these in my examples. And we have also supplied some human clinical trial material. This is one of my success story, a gel called Fexi, which is currently available in US market as a prescription product. I was fortunate enough to develop it during my postdoc days in Chicago. And that formulation then went through several phases of clinical trials, licensed to a company, eventually approved by FDA in 22, and is currently sold in US as a prescription product. Now, again, something related to commercialization. This product is sold as a barrier contraceptive, which means a woman can use to protect herself from conception. It was doing very well, and then abortion laws got changed in America, and people started, so in US, in many states now, if a woman becomes pregnant for whatever reason, rape or even family situation with their partner, if they become pregnant, they cannot get abortion done. And as a result, most women have started using methods which are more foolproof, like IUD or pills. They are not using things like condoms or barrier contraceptives. And this product, where we spent 20 years on developing it, doing all of that, the sale plummeted like anything. Nobody in US wants to buy this product now because political changes in the situation of abortion. So this is an example of real example of how things can change in the commercial world very quickly. You may do something, you may dream whatever you want to dream. One thing comes up and it changes quickly. That can happen. Okay, I'll skip this one. This is my another success story. Has anyone worked on omeprazole here? Yeah? Anyone who is working on omeprazole? No? Omeprazole is a notorious drug. It breaks down with everything. You keep in the light, breaks down. Bring water to it, humidity, it breaks down. So it's a very unstable drug. We worked with a company called Loda Pharma, which is up here. And we have designed a long-acting injection for this drug. So current treatment is, they use it in horses 3 or 4 times a day. Imagine feeding a medicine to horse. Typical weight of horse is about 600 kg. They eat almost 50 kg of grass and hay every day. You feed them 20 milligram of omeprazole. That gets lost in 600 kg animal. You can't even find where it has gone. Right? So the company wanted us to create a long-acting injection. We've created that injection, for which we have a US patent. And it's currently licensed to a company called DECRA, which is one of the world's top 10 multinational companies. And they are developing it further, scaling it up and getting it ready for commercialization. So again, in my examples, I'll be talking a bit more about how this product came up and what we have to do to protect the IP. This is just an exemplary list of our funding sources. We work with a lot of different organizations, a lot of different companies. Okay, this is one of my success story. Again, let me see if I can play it.
After more than 2 years of research, a long-awaited breakthrough.
I was very happy and excited. Currently,
Scientists from the University of South Australia have developed a long-acting injection to treat Parkinson's disease, which they hope could one day replace the need for multiple daily oral medications.
especially considering elderly patients, they have to remember each medication time. And even if there is a single dose, they can't perform day-to-day activities normally.
Almost 50% patients don't take medicines as recommended by doctors, especially in chronic conditions.
The formula combines 2 commonly used medications to treat Parkinson's, levodopa and carbidopa, into
What it does is one injection will be good for 1 week as compared to a patient taking 3 or 4 tablets every day.
Once injected under the skin, the formula is designed to slowly release over 7 days. The injection is yet to be clinically tested in humans, but researchers hope to begin animal trials in 6 months' time. A development which could help patients like Peter Willis, who was diagnosed a decade ago. He takes medications 4 times every day, but admits it's easy to forget.
Okay, so I think I can skip it here. So this is one of our success story which was on media recently. So कुछ करो यार. I think it was loose from there. Yeah. So this is Deepa. The girl you saw in the video is one of my PhD student. Her name is Deepa. She has developed a long-acting injection. We have filed a provisional patent on it, and we are also published a paper which was then picked up by ABC News, which is one of the national. It's like Doordarshan in India, in Australia. So they did this news story, and the story was then picked up by Fox News. It came on MSN. It is what you can find. You search Sanjay and levodopa, you'll find me. This news story will come up. It has gone all over the world. It's almost like viral in our field. What this change? What has this? How this has affected us is two things. One, I'm seeing a lot of mails coming from patients. My mom is suffering from Parkinson's and she doesn't remember to take medicine. Can I start this injection? Or I'm a patient of this and I can't do this. So I'm getting a lot of mails, almost 7 to 8 every day over the last 3 months, including from India. But our product is only developed in the lab. We have not done human studies. So my answer is no, I cannot do anything for you. We are in the development phase. So that's one part. The second part is we are seeing a lot of interest from industry. So I'm talking to a Spanish company at the moment. I'm talking to a group from Canada who wants to donate money, somebody who is a patient. He wants to donate money to do research in this field, support research. I'm also talking to an Australian company. I think we are going to have problem of plenty, which is a good problem to have. We'll have multiple industrial partners who want to license it from us. So it's a good example of how sometimes a small thing can become a useful thing. Okay. Now the second bit, so maybe I should talk about this long-acting injection. So a little bit more. You are not going to get this set of slides. These are still confidential, but I'm sharing with this group on the assumption that you won't pass on, no pictures to be taken. Just to share with you where we are, because this is hot off the press. This work has just been done in our lab. It's still not, we have filed a patent. You can't steal it from me. So I have a protection covered there, but still it is confidential in terms of commercial sensitivity. So we were asked, as these companies are approaching us and donors are approaching us, we said, how do we, they said, can we create a pitch, something for them to look at what we have and what is to be invested and how it has to be done. So I'll run through a pitch that we have created. So this is empowering Parkinson's patients with weekly self-administered relief. We have to think of the words like weekly self-administered. We haven't done a lot of this work. At this stage, if you ask me, I don't have an injection which a patient can inject by themselves. But we can develop that if somebody was investing into it. And that's the whole point of commercialization. Commercialization is not selling something when it is ready. It's about finding money to develop something. Right? Okay. So please, if you are not with me at any point, this might sound heavy, but raise your hand and I'll stop there. I don't have to run through all of my slides. There's no protocol here. It's my protocol, right? So I can decide what I want to do. Induji has given me full flexibility how I want to run the show, so it's very easy for me to adjust timing and all. We can do that. So please be with me, try to enjoy, try to learn from it. And share. If you have any comments that I can learn from you, we'd love to hear from you as well. So ask questions. There's nothing like a silly question in this room. Okay, we won't laugh, promise. So just feel free to raise your hand, ask anything that comes to your mind. Okay, so our agenda, the problem, so this is just a pitch. Problem is understanding daily burden of Parkinson's patient face. Solution is long-acting delivery system. Market is growing. Development roadmap and our team. Current problem, 28 tablets required per week, 4 doses. Problem of missing doses, reducing quality of life. Another way of presenting the problem, patient has to remember taking pills at different times during the day. Solution, we have come up with a brand name, just our product. We have created it, my team has done this. Long acting, so what does it offer? Offers revolutionary weekly freedom, weekly injection, symptom control, patient empowerment. You would see the words here which a donor would buy. patient empowerment. As I said, I'm talking to a Canadian donor who himself is a patient of Parkinson's. I'm telling him, support my research, invest in this injection, you will feel empowered. That you don't have to take 28 tablets in a week, you will have one injection. Are you following where it is going? It's targeting the customer. So in this case, my customer is that patient who has more money than what they need and they want to invest in research. Again, this is a new query. I don't know whether it will reach anywhere or not. Right? He heard our news somewhere. He sent me a note saying that I want to talk to you. I would like to donate money for this research. And we said, let's send you a pitch and see if you want to take it further. So, bit of technology highlights, long release profile for over a week's time. Then we have put up some of our media highlights wherever it has. This was in Fox News in US, and this barcode does provide a lot of other media stories where it has come out. And then I've added some voices from the patients community. The emails that I'm getting from patients, I've put a copy of those here, that this is what patients are saying. So I'll read one for you. My mother has suffered for over 20 years. I've seen her suffer greatly from this terrible disease. If you can help in any way, let me know so I can contribute my part in your effort to relieve humanity of this. Somebody from South America. These are all real. These are not made up. I have copies of those email communications if somebody questions me. आप ये खड़े हो जाओ जी, हाँ कुर्सी लेके बैठ जाओ. ओके. आज का लंच यही है, हमारे साथ ही आज आपका लंच. When I come closer here, it starts playing up. I should stay away from it. Okay. Then we talk about our team. We talk about team designed was loaded with big slides and heavy stuff, and I said, no, this is not. Who has time to read this? Nobody's going to look at it. We lose them in the read this. Nobody's going to look at it. We lose them in the first slide. So we try to simplify it. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a good question. I'll repeat the question because you can't hear it in the back. So her question is, she's asking about administration part. We are wanting it to be self-administrable, but is it ready for that stage? Patients do inject insulin all the time. When they can do insulin, they can do levodopa.
But Parkinson's वाला नहीं कर पाएगा. This would be
Possibly, you are right. Parkinson's वाला नहीं कर पाएगा तो केयर करेगा उसका फिर. घर में करेगा. So we have not reached there as yet. Okay, and that's again, if you have everything ready, then you won't need this pitch, right? Then you'll be selling the product. But we are not there as yet. And this is the entire part of discussion over the next 5 days. How do you bring an innovation from something from very early stages to a market-ready form? Okay. So I don't have answer to some of your questions. I don't have a product which a patient can self-administer. We have not done that. And that's why we are saying, give us this money. If I have this money, that's what I intend to do with that money. So the pitch is about generating funding. And I have to make him believe, the donor or company believe, that yes, if you give us money, we'll be able to do it. No guarantees. You know how it works in research. We can claim anything, but in the end, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So when we sign contracts, we'll write in the bottom, we are going to make our best effort, but it may not materialize. Right? Okay. Any other question? Any other thought on the feedback? Okay. Very good question. The question is, what's the price point? Currently, if patient is taking 28 tablets versus if they have to do this injection, how much would it cost? I have no idea. We have not done that exercise as yet. Again, if somebody gives me 150,000 Australian dollar, I'll do that exercise.
So we are basically pitching on the quality of life of the patient.
We are pitching quality of life. That's the, yes. So, it's a very good question. I should know the answer, but I don't know at this stage. And that's again part of our journey. It's developing something to helping someone and market ready and making money for you is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You can't do it in one day. Right? So you have all these questions for which you may or may not have the answer, and then you still have to convince for somebody to invest in your idea. Right, you were saying something?
Yeah, how do you reach to these numbers, 150,000, 250,000?
Okay, so I'll repeat the question again. How did I come to these numbers? So these are our internal assessment, which is basically for me to think of, we did think through. We have not given details in the pitch. What will it take to do end-to-end pharmaceutical development PK? So it's like the way we come up with a budget for working with a company. So my target is end of first year. Actually, the final target is end of second year. Second year, we should have a product which can go to phase 1 clinical trial. Then we have to work backward to take something to phase 1 clinical trial. What all I'll have to have good formulation. I'll have to sort out question about dosing, route of administration. I'll have to do PK study in multiple animals. These are both existing drugs. These are not new compounds. So talks would be limited. Won't be full-scale tox studies. So we have to do all of that, and then these are the costs that will take for me to be able to do that, which will basically mean I'll have to hire a postdoc or a staff to work out these costs. I'm not asking my salary in this cost, or no profit here. It's all about covering the cost of achieving that. And these are approximation again. Those of us who work with industry, you know how approximate those numbers are. You think that I can do it in 3 months' time, it takes 6 months. What do? You take chances. You try to get the maximum, whatever you can save out of it. Okay, anything else on the pitch? Give me some feedback. This is what you are here to learn. I'm giving a real example. Yes? And she takes sleep medicines, she takes a cocktail, and then if she doesn't sleep for half an hour, she forgets that she has taken medicines. So she takes the second pack. And next morning she wakes up like a zombie, sleeping half of the next day because she took double dose of everything. It's because she can't remember that she has taken medicine. Have you seen any patient of these mental health thing? They would eat food and they won't remember that they've taken food. And they will shout, "You didn't give me food, I'm hungry." But they won't remember that you had food half an hour ago. So that's part of the problem. That's why they need this injection. So one injection given will solve that. Ideally, I should have an injection which works for a month or even longer. But the dose of these drugs is quite high. There is a limit on how much you can inject. So we are aiming for once a week. The question about patient can't self-administer, but then these patients are under somebody's care. Their family member, their nurse, doctor, somebody is looking after them. And this carer can remember every Sunday, 4 o'clock, one injection is to be given. Done. Right? Now, you as an investor may not agree to this protocol. You may say, my granddad would be happy taking tablets. I want to don't inject them. That's fine, that's your choice. But I have patients who are asking for it, and I did show you some examples. These are real patients who are asking that we need this product. Okay, any other feedback? Yes, I'll come to you. Side effects? Nothing. There's nothing unique in the drug. I'm not changing the drug. So the question, just one sec, just let me answer that. Let me just answer. Okay. So the question is, what about side effects? In this case, we are not changing the drug. Levodopa or carbidopa are first-line drugs for Parkinson's, already used, right? All we are doing is a different delivery system. Now, a different delivery system, the difference is, you understand pharmacokinetics of daily 4 tablets a day? Do you have a chalk, pen, something? So, if a patient is taking 4 tablets, you will have this profile, right? That's what will happen. If somebody, now in this case, nothing is changing for the drug. Side effects will still be there. You will not have peaks and troughs. So if there's a side effect because of peak, you may not get that with injection. But if there's all other side effects will be there, because I'm not changing drug at all. But what I'm changing is, if a patient who is on these medications, if he forgets 1 tablet, then he doesn't get this, right? Then this concentration goes down here, almost to 0, right? So they will come here. If you skip this out, they will come here and the concentration will come to 0. They will have problems because of not having drug in their body, right? Which will not happen with my formulation, right? Yes. We are working on that. Kinetics has to be. This question is a little difficult one for me to answer. He's questioning my reasoning that we are developing this for Parkinson's, which may be true. I won't question that. But again, you need long-acting technology for Alzheimer's, for dementia, for Parkinson's. And what I'm selling here is a platform technology. This is just an example of that. So I'm selling a platform technology which I can apply for a lot of different diseases, a lot of different conditions, not just Parkinson's. Go ahead.
So I may be sounding a bit stupid. My mind was just pointing at your previous question regarding history or anything which comes in your mind as a
Yes.
innovation.
Yeah.
So because we are talking about pharmacology and all, this dictionary product known as protective pen, which improves the.
Sorry, can we park that?
Yeah.
Can you just save that question? We'll come back. We'll come back. You had something.
So this pitch deck is specifically
Okay, so the question that, please be with me. Question he has asked is, the pitch that I prepared, is it specifically for Canadian donor or is it for everyone? I'll give you my answer. You may do it differently. All of these things take a lot of efforts. And when you are trying to create a project and do it, it's very demanding, right? And in that process, you want to maximize your output for less effort. Minimum effort, more output, right? So what we have done here is we have made a template, which was the most difficult part, deciding on what's the right page. This has been designed for Canadian donor. There is less of industry side into it, there's more of patient side for a donor. But if I'm designing it for a company, I probably will keep 80% of it. I might add more of commercial side to it. Yes, so it's there to some extent. Let me see. Some of it is there. how much money you can make if you're industrialist. But I'll probably will add a couple of more slides, more details about technology and market and how much it would replace, and delete some of the patient-oriented slides. Industry probably won't care about this slide. They won't care about it. Yeah. So her question about price comparison, if I'm going to a company, I would put those in that this is what you will be able to sell it for. This is how much you can make on each product. Compared to other long-acting injections, how much they sell for. I'll have to do some more homework on that area and then put those in here. You're absolutely right. Yes. What about the dose? Okay. So the dose question is a difficult one again. One of our big dilemma, I have several research projects where we're trying to do something similar, and it's a big question as to how do we figure out dose in those cases. We have a colleague who's into pharmacometrics. He's helping us in modeling. So we are looking at what are the typical blood concentrations, plasma levels, how long they are maintained with typical IV doses, and then trying to use that data. Indu's question was that will it be in therapeutic window? And that's what we are making sure that yes, it sticks within this range we should be able to achieve. Now, all that we are doing is very hypothetical. It's based on theory, modeling. Modeling is all based on assumptions which can be completely wrong. We won't know that unless we try into animals and human. That's why you need animal studies. That's why you need human studies. The chances of possible, you will have dose reduction even here. First of all, oral tablets versus IV, you would need less drug, right? Bioavailability would come into the picture. Second, you won't have these peaks and troughs. So dose here would be less than, my assumption is what you need for 28 pills, you probably can manage with 15 of those. But we won't know unless we try in animals and human. Okay, any other thought on the page? I know there are a lot of technological questions. I'm glad nobody's asking about technology, how we are doing it, because I'm not going to tell you that. Pharmacology, you can ask me anything. I don't know the answer, so it's easy for me to say I don't know the answer. Pharmaceutics, I know the answers, which I'm not sharing. But this is not about technology, it's about pitch. In this session, it's about the pitch. So, any other feedback, any other thought that you have on the page? This is one big part of tutorial which you're already covering, so we'll save time there. So I can afford more time here. Yes? Challenges in preclinical studies, we haven't done any preclinical study as of now. That's why I'm asking money for. All we have done is a PhD student who has designed a formulation, done release studies, done some modeling, and we are starting to shout. Very early stage. It's not a product. It's not. We have not tested even in rats as of now. Rat study is happening as we are talking, but I don't have data to show that it works in rats and mouse. So it's an early stage concept. मल्टीप्लाई हो जाएंगे ऐसा नहीं होगा जी बिल्कुल भी ऐसे कैसे हो जाएगा no so the question is dose drug which is worth 28 tablets in one injection which that can happen only if all the drug is released at one go, and that's part of technology. We have to have it full proof that it's a slow release. You remember this plot here, this line here? What you are saying is what if all the drug is dumped in one go? It goes up like here. What if it goes like this? And that's where technology has to play its part. We cannot have a delivery system which will dump all the drug in one go. Otherwise it will be a disaster. Patients will die. I can't afford that to happen. My business will struggle, right? So you have to have foolproof technology which releases over a period of time. Let's do one thing. We'll do one more session, a quick one. I want you to take 5 minutes break. 5 minutes means 5 minutes. stand up, stretch, go out, have some water, come back. We start in 5 minutes. We're done for another half an hour, 40 minutes. And then we break for lunch. All right? Go for it.
खड़े होके भी स्ट्रेच कर सकते हो 5 मिनट के लिए जिनको पानी पीना है या वॉशरूम जाना है वही टाइम नहीं बाहर
हाँ जी ठीक चल रहा है I'm not following a structure.
नर्सरी से लेकर जो कवर करते थे ना
कहाँ पे बच्चों को मजा आना चाहिए ना वो फिर एक्सपीरियंस है सालों का ऐसे थोड़ी बाल सफ़ेद हो गए
I know you have not marketed your drug, but Parkinson's drug में बहुत ज़्यादा body movement होती है because of dopamine. सर तो मैंने एक बात पूछनी थी आपकी even though आप पेरेंटल के थ्रू दे रहे हो but ऐसा हो सकता है कि हमने ऐसे पंप करा हुआ है एक सिर्फ ऐसी डोज बना रखी है उसमें और जस्ट प्रेस करने पे जैसे पेशेंट का प्रेस कर रहा है और अचानक से बॉडी में रिलीज हो रही है ऐसा आइडिया पेटेंट हो
सकता है So most of these patients would have cannula inserted because many of them are on multiple drugs anyway. खाली यही नहीं लेते ना और वो बहुत सारी ड्रग लेते हैं तो सबके कैनुला तो लगा ही होता है टिपिकली नर्सिंग होम्स में मुझे पता नहीं इंडिया में कैसे करते हैं पर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में these people will be nursing homes where they'll have a cannula inserted which is a sterile system which opens when you only want to open it and what you are saying is an excellent idea where you can just plug it in like a cassette, one button, the cassette releases the drug and goes in. But this problem ये है कि this delivery system is not for immediate release, it's for slow release. तो जो cannula लगा होता है that's meant for IV infusion, right? If you put into IV, this formulation will not be long acting. If it is for immediate release, that your approach will work. But long acting it has to be, this is an in situ implant system where it is injected and it becomes an implant at the local site from which drug is released slowly. So, but I'm sure there may be other ways of working on the idea that we have.
Can it be used for some other drug? Like thyroxine?
You have to always ask the question, will a patient prefer taking a tablet as compared to injection? Injection will always cost more as compared to oral. Thyroxine works beautifully with oral administration, so why do you need injection? So those are kind of questions. You can create anything, but people will not buy it. Right? If I always think of myself as a patient, if I'm a patient, will I use it? And I always ask the question. I ask this question to my team. In fact, my pharmacy class, that if you have to take 20 tablets in a week versus we prefer. And there was a student who said we need tablets. But you won't remember those. They were not realizing that when they get to that stage, their memory would be half gone. Right? So it's a different. You need to think of all those. That's part of the patient's disease.
Thank you, sir.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
So question, like why did you prefer like injectables instead of other options like transdermal patches we can use or we can use like the implants basically?
These are very high dose drugs. They won't work with transdermal.
So एक जैसे कि मेरे दिमाग में कि मेरी मदर है वो डायबिटिक है तो बेसिकली वो भी ऐसे कार्ट्रिजेस जो होते हैं वो पेन में डालने के लिए इंजेक्शन तो हम लोग क्या ऐसे कुछ डेवलप कर सकते हैं डिवाइसेस जब भी हमारे इंसुलिन की जरूरत पड़ी तब डिप्लॉय होता है
Can be useful. Can be, but again, this is very early stage. A lot of those options can be done. And in investor side, but that's what pipeline. You need a pipeline.
So the minimum कौन सा सिर्फ इसको यूज़ करना है तो आपको जो इंजेक्ट वो मेन आपको यही कि वन गो में बस हमारा डिलीवरी होना चाहिए, दैट्स द मेन मोटिव फॉर दैट.
Okay. Can you see your question? I need to get started. We can start at last. Divya, where is my folder here? Oh, sorry. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, so let's make a start. Please, 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 please. Okay, so this is my first real formal thing. Again, you'll get copies of this lecture. Divya is organizing that, so don't worry about writing stuff. You'll get full set as such. What you see on the screen, you'll get a hard copy of that. So the first lecture is I'm going to introduce IP to you, intellectual property, essentials, management, type, filing strategies. What does it take to file a patent? So let's start with the fundamental question. What is IP? Why do you need to protect it? What's the advantages? So should I do through slides? Maybe I should pick up with anyone who has thought of an invention that you want to pursue. Yes, what's the invention?
I have already filed the patent for that innovation. I have changed the sanitary napkin with Ayurveda. I have added some things which will help women in vaginal healthcare and administration of that particular sanitary napkin. So I've already filed the patent for that particular intellectual for utility.
Okay.
I have filed it for utility, not for design, because I'm not changing the
Depending on expenses, so I want once you have sown the seed in field, so that technology will scan the growth of the plant about 6 months and calculating all the weather forecasts, all the things we calculated.
Automation of. Okay, what's your name?
Vaishnavi.
Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi has picked up an example that she is picking an example from farming, where you sow the seed in the farm and automated system which can monitor progress, moisture level, growth, all of those combined into one. A lot of that already exists out in the market. You may not have seen it or heard it, but that's part of discussion. So let's take this as an example. So let's imagine that Vaishnavi is able to design a sensor which you're sowing seeds in the farm. Let's say you have a pillar or a post, a stick hanging in the ground on which there's a sensor or some device sticking, which is monitoring moisture level, taking pictures, doing all of that. For Vaishnavi to be, first of all, for this technology to become one, it has to be developed. Like my pitch, you were asking questions which I didn't have answers to. Similarly, anything you try to develop, you will have a lot of questions for which you will not have answers. Let's just be optimistic. Vaishnavi has a module which sits on the stick, like this camera sticking on its tripod stand next to each plant, which is taking pictures, taking moisture level, monitoring growth. Okay, is that what you mean? Something that will scan the entire field, not sticking on a rod. Okay, change of design. something which is like a drone hanging up in the air, taking pictures of the entire field, monitoring. But then you want this device to control. This plant is dying of moisture, has too much moisture, water supply should be stopped. This plant has too little water, water supply should increase. Right? That's what you want to achieve? Yes or no? No, not that far? Okay. I think I need to understand her invention a bit more. Okay, let's think differently. So, what you learn in this lecture, you learn about IP, exploring different IP types. I'll pick up the Vaishnavi's example in some of the things that we are talking. Mastering IP management, analyzing real-world case studies, foreseeing future trends. So why do we need to protect IP? The simple thing is, there are two reasons. One, to make money. In healthcare, everything that we do is about making money. We may not agree to it. If I ask you, why are you here? You might say, I want to help patients. I want to see them not dying. You will tell me all this stuff, rubbish. I'm here because I want to have food on my table at the end of the day. You are here because you want to be able to get to that level. Companies invest money because they want to make money. They may not say it. Everybody is doing it for that purpose. That's the hard reality of life. So, incentivizing innovation, unless you incentivize innovation, people will not put money into investment. A lot of things like what you saw in my example, levodopa, carbidopa, that example is heavy investment. A PhD student is investing 4 years of their life into that product. Okay? I'm investing my time into it. University is putting resources into it. We have spent money on filing a patent. A lot of that is there because we want to, and then we need to have some protection to be able to make money on it. That's what you achieve by patenting. There's economic value, competitive advantage, and legal protection. So let's see how we do it. Let's look at the history. 15th century, early Europeans granted privileges, they call it statutes of monopoly. And 19th century, these are other examples. 20th century, WIPO came into effect. And now we are in digital age where everything is based on AI. And there's a new act which came out which links to IP and internet. So, again, going to Vaishnavi's example, I'll make up some parts of it. She probably has a different idea. She wants a drone which hangs up on a farm and monitors the progress around the farm. Okay? Let's keep it that simple. Let's forget about irrigation, each plant separately, that will complicate it. Now for Vaishnavi to be able to develop that product, what does she need? I need all of you to help me in this process. I'm not going to ask her. Okay, let's do it as a class exercise. So Vaishnavi wants to create a drone which sits on the top of a farm. I made a drone, I didn't ask her that. So a drone which sits on a farm, takes pictures, takes sensors, and monitors the growth of each plant growing there. What do you think she needs to do? First of all, technology? Survey? What all? She has to decide what parameters she wants to monitor, light, moisture, pest control, which plants are dying because of too much water, which a lot of questions, everything related to farming, agriculture, all right? Let's say she has a technician, she found an engineer who can design that for her, right? What next? If she wants to sell the technology, if she starts making it, and let's say she's successful, she designs, she starts selling it, what will happen after a month? What do you think will happen after a month? Competitors. Somebody in China will buy one of her product, and after 1.5 months, the Chinese product would be selling at half the price what she is charging. And it will happen because she has invested money in research. Chinese company has not invested money. Are you with me? Yes? They have not invested money, they have not invested in idea generation. It might take her 3 years before she gets to that design which is perfect. But what these Chinese, sorry, there's no one from China here, right? I have to be careful. I won't use this example in Australia because half our class is Chinese. I can use it in India. Right. So the Chinese company, there are hundreds of those. I mean, the day she starts selling her product, let's say it becomes a big sensation on TikTok, Instagram, whatever you like, right? The moment it is done, half an hour later, it's available everywhere in the world. Somebody would place an order on internet, they'll buy one of our product. And they would say they have the product ready, they have seen the technology, what works there, they've got the idea, everything, they'll copy in 2 weeks' time. And if her product was selling for 1,000 rupees, the Chinese will come in India and sell it for 500 rupees. Who will buy her product? Are you with me? Yes? Okay. So what does she need to do? She needs to file a patent on it. She needs to protect her intellectual property, which is the invention. And that's what we refer as intellectual property management. Now, if she files a patent, the way patent works is there's a process of filing, and we'll talk through that. But what you achieve by filing a patent is that you get ownership of that invention. If I have a car, Neeraj, you have a bike, right? If I ask you, how do you prove that it's your bike? What will you do? You'll take out papers, right? This is a certificate which has Neeraj's name on it. This bike, this name, this is my bike. So you have a document to certify that it's your bike. Similarly, you get patent is a document which says this is Vaishnavi's invention. Okay, you file a patent, that becomes Vaishnavi's invention, which is different from a bike. Bike is a materialistic thing, you can see it sitting there. Invention can be even an idea before even developing a product. Just an idea, right? So that she gets a patent on it. Very similar thing, intellectual property. But there's a process of filing. What do you need to get registration for your bike? You need to go to registration authority, show them your ownership, pay them money, show your Aadhaar card, whatever they ask for. Patent filing is exactly the same process, right? They will ask you hundreds of questions, you go through that process. We will be talking about patents in more detail. I'll tell you a filing process. The patent does not give her right to sell the product. It gives us right on the invention. It gives us ownership of the invention. Because if she has a drone which is in the farm, let's say a drone is capable of looking at 500 other farms around in that area. Are drones allowed in India? Are you allowed to fly a drone here? Probably not, right? Why is that so? Why drones are not allowed to be used? Privacy. You can be, somebody may be enjoying the sun and you might have a drone looking at your neighbors. So that's why drones are banned in residential areas. Right? Similarly, her invention will have to go through a lot of checks in the local council and government and state level thing before she can sell it. She can have a patent, but she's not authorized to market that product unless she complies to everything else in that area. She might have to take permission from, I don't know who she'll have to get that from, right? But if a Chinese company starts copying their product, she can take this Chinese company to court and say, I have a patent on it, you cannot sell it, I'm the owner of this invention. So patent is giving a right to stop others from marketing. It's not giving a right to market herself, but it's stopping others from selling that product. If somebody steals Neeraj's bike, he'll go to police station and say, here is my certificate, I am owner of this bike, nobody is allowed to use it. Exactly the same thing. Right? That's what you get from patents. Okay. So in terms of processes, steps, the way it works is you have to identify, recognize what IP you have, which is Vaishnavi's invention. You need to protect it, secure the right type of IP. You need to enforce it. Now, if somebody from China starts marketing that product, nobody would care about it. It's Vaishnavi's problem to stop them from selling. Nobody else in the country would worry about it. Vaishnavi will have to go take them to the court, go to police and say, I have the patent on it, I'm the owner, this person cannot be allowed to sell it. So that's also her problem in the end. So enforcement is also your thing. And then leveraging is to generate revenue. In the end, Vaishnavi wants to make money. So that's what you achieve by IP. So IP types, there are different types: patents, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets, plant breeders' right. What does patent protects? New non-obvious and useful innovations, product process machines, novel compositions of matter. These are all different types. Duration, typically 20 years. Now, Vaishnavi's invention, she has done the invention, she has filed the patent, but what if she does not sell this product? She has the patent which gives her 20 years protection, and she decides not to market it. Now, there's a wonderful technology developed, good thing which can be useful to a lot of people around the world, but she's not selling it, and she's not letting anybody else sell it. Right? So the technology is wasted, which you don't want to happen. That's why what patent office do, they charge a lot of money from Vaishnavi every year. So Vaishnavi will have to keep paying fee to the patent office every year to maintain the patent. And if Vaishnavi is not interested in marketing, she would stop paying that money. Right? If she stops paying that money, that means the patent would be cancelled, and next day everybody else in the world can have access to that technology. If she's interested in developing it, selling it, she'll keep paying the money and she has the protection. Following? Yes? No? Maybe? Yes? Okay? So that's why the second thing is life of 20 years. They want, the governments of different countries wants innovation to keep happening. If they stop everything from growing, nobody would invest in research. So they want to, that's why they're given 20 years. You have invested in research, you have committed your resources, make money for some time, then let it become available to public. What do you expect to happen? Let's say Vaishnavi's story is successful. She designs she files a patent, takes 5 years to develop the technology, must get through all the approvals, start selling it. 15 years she sells this product for whatever price she wants to sell because there's nobody else in the world. She makes money on it. What do you think will happen after 20 years? The day the product is a successful product which is selling quite a lot. What do you expect to happen on 21st? Yeah? Substitutes competition. And when that happens, nobody would buy her product. But what she needs to do in that, use that investment returns into something else. And that's what I mean by leveraging in this slide. She has made enough money in 15 years, she can put more into something else, pick up some new idea, develop it further, do something better. And others can copy it and sell it for lower price. Okay, so patent filing strategy, the first step is a provisional application, which gives the filing date and 12 months placeholder. Non-provisional utility application, PCT is, okay, something else I should mention at this point. Patents are country specific. There is nothing like a global patent. Okay. Neeraj's bike, registered in Chandigarh. If he takes it to Nepal, will that registration mean anything? Yes, no? No use, right? I don't know, I think within India it works. You go to different states, you can get it transferred. But if you go to a different country, the bike will be useful, but the registration certificate will become useless. Agreed? Same thing will happen with a patent. If she files a patent in India, somebody in China can start copying it, start selling in China. She will not be able to stop them because she does not have any protection in China. Keywords, try to find out what is known in the world. Now, something very interesting about knowledge. Basmati rice probably was discovered in India. Somebody in US has a patent on it. Turmeric, our dadi nanis have used it for ages. Look at the patents. Majority of patents are held by Americans because our knowledge was always in Ayurvedic books, never published, never available on internet. Somebody in US searched for it, internet, can't find any reference, patent granted. Okay? Book? Sorry? The way patent works is, it's public domain, but can somebody, an American US patent office person, read Ayurvedic book? Abstract ideas, mathematical formulas, artistic work, inventions that are not new, useful, non-obvious. So invention that Induji was dreaming of, that I can listen to somebody's imagination, what they are thinking, probably will never be patented. Because you can imagine the losses, that how damaging it can be. So even if she files this patent, patent office will look at it and they will say, because if they give her that patent, she will get rights to it. Which means she designs a device which starts, it's Vaishnavi's responsibility to protect her invention. If somebody else starts marketing, she has to fight with them in the court. Nobody else will do it for her. It's like if Neeraj's bike, if somebody takes his bike, he has to go to police station. Nobody else will do it. If he doesn't go, this person can happily ride his bike forever. So he has to protect his right. It's exactly the same thing. That's what happens here. Okay, I'll quickly cover some other points. Trademarks, you would have seen these kind of logos, Coca-Cola, Nike, all these. These are all trademarks. These are words, names, symbols, product packaging, service marks. You can get these registered. Copyright, my slides are my copyright. So when I prepare any material, any kind of music, video, picture, all of those, they are covered by copyright. You don't have to file for protection. My slides are copyrighted because I have made those and I'm using these today. If you start using it, I can take you to court. Then I'll have to prove that these were my slides, I designed, I'll have to fight with it. So a lot of that music copying, you would have seen songs being stolen and all that stuff, that's all copyright issues. So the copyright differs from patents because they are automatically protected. Duration, life of author plus 70 years in US. Registration is not required. Trade secret. Can you think of one example where trade secret is maintained? It's the confidentiality. Coca-Cola, amazing. Great example, Coca-Cola, trade secret, no patent anywhere, or even if it was there, must have expired because it's been there forever. And all they maintain is trade secret. There's no, you can search on Google, you cannot find recipe for Coca-Cola. Ruh Afza, I don't know if it's available now. I did my master's from Hamdard. Yeah? Available now? I'm sure you can't reproduce Ruh Afza. I remember when I was doing my did from Hamdard in Delhi, I went to Hamdard's factory to collect some raw material, and I asked them, can I see recipe, Ruh Afza being made? So they took me to that lab, that facility, which is in central Delhi, Chandni Chowk area. And when the batch was made, I saw a Hakimji kind of person. He had a big container in his hand. This was a long cylindrical mixer where all the mixed thing was happening. He came from somewhere and he had big container, like sort of 1 liter jug kind of thing. He came and he climbed up the ladder and he poured into it. And me being a student at that time, I said, what is he doing? He said, no, we can't tell. Nobody knows what he does, what he mixes in Ruh Afza. So there was maybe it was morphine or who knows what it was. But there was something that they were doing which they say makes Ruh Afza unique, nobody else can copy it. So that's what we mean by trade secret, you keep it. Again, these are very easy to steal. Now, imagine if I wanted to steal Ruh Afza's recipe, I'll stand at the door of that factory. When this person comes out, I'll say, put gun on his head and say, hey, tell me what you are mixing in Ruh Afza. Either that or I'll carry a briefcase of notes and say, here is the money, give me Ruh Afza recipe. It can be as simple as that. So trade secrets are very difficult to, don't have any legal protection over it. Right? That's plant breeder rights applies to agricultural products, like with genetic modification, all the fruits and vegetables, yellow colored watermelon. Buy that in Australia. It's tasteless, it's useless, never buy it. That's a product which somebody would have a plant breeder right protection on it. So it's about agricultural products. The duration is 20-25 years. These are some of the agencies which govern patents internationally. Now, I have several case studies here which I won't discuss in the class. So I picked up examples from different industries. So this one is a success story from pharma biotech. These are, I've tried to make these very self-explanatory with notes as to what worked, what didn't work. So for each of these types, there is one success story and one failure story. Gene patents, they failed. AI, you'll find it interesting. Determining what aspects of patents AI are patentable. One success story and one failure here, IBM. Similarly, I picked up one example of food and agri-tech. Apple variety, this is a successful example of this product. There's a failure. Somebody came up with a pink pineapple, which didn't work in the market, it flopped. Green energy, again, Tesla's EV battery patents, that's successful. This is a failure story where they wanted to have solar panels, curved solar panels. That became a big flop. Similarly, space technology, and again, one success, SpaceX. Elon Musk, you must have heard of this, is making, I mean, Tesla's share have gone to 395 last night. He's just growing richer and richer. Don't know why he's so rich. And then there's a failure story here from Motorola. So these are different examples, and there's another, so I picked up 6 different type of fields, one success story and one failure in each of those. There's a different kind of fabric. Fabric technology has revolutionized. If you look at the kind of clothes you can buy in the market these days, they've gone amazing. Like it's, all of that is because of this technology in polymer science that is helping us there. Another failure story here. So key IP management lessons. IP can be successful. You need to know, no one size fits all. Every aspect of IP is different. Context matters and enforcement is required. If you can't enforce, if you have filed a patent, would you like to, if you have come up with invention, would you spend money on filing a patent? Or would you spend that money on research and keep this as a confidential secret? So we need to think of from those angles. There's no right or wrong in this. Everybody does it differently. So my solution can be different to yours, which is absolutely fine. My risk-taking capacity can be more, my financial power can be more. There can be differences, and that can affect my approach. And your approach can be completely different. Right? So that's what we'll learn as part of your exercise. Okay, some references here and a lot of other stuff given. So I'll stop here. Let's break for lunch. How much time do you want to give? 1 hour. 2:30. 2:30, we come back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. आगे
बैठ कर रख देंगे उधर रख दो हाँ मैंने तो
पासपोर्ट
हाँ नहीं नहीं आपने ठीक चल रेस्ट कर ले कुछ खाना है नहीं फुल्के आ रहे हैं ना हाँ उसके तो आ रहे हाँ हाँ जी तो उसके अंदर खाना खा लेना किसी दोनों दूसरे बंदे वो दरवाजा बंद कर दीजिए पक्के बंद कर दो वहाँ से खुल मैं तो नहीं सच्ची बात है मेरा अभी काज खाया है मुझे मैंने आइसक्रीम का खाना बना के आपके है तो मेरे लिए मैं बाद में खा लूँगी अच्छी लगती है ना खा जाते मैं नहीं खाना नहीं खाना है अभी कहाँ कैसे ये फैंस कहाँ से ऑफ हुए फैंस कहाँ से पीछे आपका लंच आप लंच कैसे करेंगे लाए हो अच्छा ठीक आपने है ना हाँ नेट चल गया था हाँ जी कैसे नेट तो चल गया था हाँ जी वैसे रेंज इश्यूज है ना यहाँ पे हाँ नहीं वो एक्सेस पॉइंट चलाया था मेरा मोबाइल नेट भी नहीं चल रहा था मैं तो बाहर बैठ के काम कर रही थी यहाँ पंखा ही नहीं है यहाँ वो भी नहीं नेट तार भी नहीं है तार भी नहीं है एक मीटर भी बहुत कर रहा था फिर वायर मैंने कहा कंप्यूटर सेंटर से मंगाओ नहीं हम कर रहे थे बाहर ना कल तो हमने चेंज कर दिया अच्छा जी मैंने पता क्या किया है वैसे हम हमेशा क्रॉस चेक करते हैं इस बार हमने करा ही नहीं कि ये कह रहे हैं चलता है हमने भी बस ये कल चेक किया था वैसे कल करा अच्छा यहाँ पे मतलब वायरिंग नहीं है इसके थ्रू चल रहा है वाईफाई आपने तो वाईफाई चेक किया ना प्रोजेक्शन भी हमारी खराब मॉर्निंग में फिर वायर मंगवाई अब चल रहा है तो वायर कहाँ से लगाई आपने कंप्यूटर सेंटर से ही लेके आए थे मैंने ही सजेस्ट किया था इन लोगों को कि वहाँ से मांग सकते हो आप उनसे हेल्प ले लो वो अरेंज करेंगे अब वो खरीद रहे हैं शायद अभी के लिए दिया है सिर्फ हाँ टेम्पररी दिया ना अभी वापस अच्छा ये आपने HDMI की हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी कितने दिन चलना है ये 5 डेज है फ्राइडे तक हाँ जी फ्राइडे तक हाँ हाँ जी हाँ बढ़िया है बस थोड़ा सा इसका दिक्कत अब तो ठीक था अब तो ठीक चल रहा है कर दी है वायर ये यहाँ पे वायर आप सुने भी हो गए होंगे ना तो वायर ज़्यादा कर दी है अच्छा हाँ अब दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट होते हैं ना वो अलग ही होता है हाँ जी ये तो है तो दूसरों के ना फिर थोड़ा आपके हाथ में भी इतना चीज़ें नहीं होती अच्छा लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है क्या अपनी मैं बस वो पिक कराने के लिए वो प्रतिभा का वेट करके बोल रही हूँ यहाँ पे क्लिक कर लेंगे अच्छा इसलिए हाँ जी पीछे आप वॉल्यूम पे आओ अच्छी थोड़ी फिर आगे भी देख सकते हैं एक यहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे पीछे देखा थैंक यू मेरी भी किस हाँ क्या कह रहे
से ज्ञान चला देती हूँ। आपकी भी मैं ऐसे खींचूंगी ज्ञान के साथ। एक सेल्फी लेते हैं। प्रतिभा आ गई? हाँ, प्रतिभा को बुला लेते हैं। हेलो। अच्छा अच्छा, निकल गए हो क्या तुम? अभी एयर हो रहा है आपका? एयर तो स्टॉप है ना, पॉज है ना? अब चल भी गया ना आपका? अब तो नहीं फ्लिकर हो रहा ना? ओके जी, मेरे को सेंड कर देना। हमने फोटोज खींचे हैं, कोई रिकॉर्ड कर ली बात? हाँ जी मैम। सर मैं सिस्टम ही कह रहा हूँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ माइक ही कह रहा हूँ, माइक ऑफ कर दो तुम, ये कह रहा हूँ।
Hello, hello, hello. Uh, do you know if you have some of your friends who are waiting to come, are hanging around somewhere outside? Do you want to call them, or we should start? Or they're gone for Chandigarh sightseeing?
Chitkara University ones. You can give a call to your friends. I have done that. I've done that.
Okay, let's make a start. Some may join. If they don't join, it's their loss, not our problem. All right. So I'll tell you what's happening now for today. I'm going to run through one set of slides, which is this lecture note on commercialization. I'll do that in about half an hour, less than half an hour. We've already been talking about some of those things as part of our discussion. So don't worry about exactly what's written on the slide. I've given them to make copies, and you will get all lecture notes. You can read them at your convenience. And after this session, we are going to identify your invention that you want to work on. And because of the class size, we are going to do in group of 6 students each. So you will have to somehow make students of 6 groups each formed today, all right? If you have a very good friend who you want to be involved, you can count them in, do whatever it takes. Now this 6 group of students will discuss, we'll have some time, we'll do it. Ideally, I've been asking, give me a room where we can have round table with 6 people sitting on one table. But this being a classical old university, they don't have any of that setup. So we have what we have to live with it. Let's try to make the best of it. So what you can do is you can create clusters, maybe 6 can sit in these 6 chairs and somehow move your group around. Or if you want, you can even sit outside. Now, once that group is formed, you will talk about, it must be my phone. You will talk through the invention that each one of you has thought about, come up with some strategy of picking one of those 6. Okay, so each group works on one invention, not individual invention. This is going to be group invention. All right. Once you have done that, me and Indu will help you in navigating through it, talking about it, ruling out something based on whatever understanding you have. Try to pick those. Then on those inventions, so let's visualize your group of 6 students, one problem identified. Okay. Then you will work through everything that we are talking through this exercise. We talked about patents, trademarks, so asking question, will there be a trademark for it? Should we go for a patent? If patent, which countries we should go for patenting? Again, there's no right or wrong answer. It's your answer. So you think, group should think about what's the best approach to deal with it, come up with an answer. You should be able to defend what you are picking up. That's the trick. Okay? So my approach is either you convince me or I should convince you. So if we are talking to each other, you should be able to convince me that I've selected trademark, or I'm developing a new variety of plants, so it'll be a plant breeder, right? Or I don't want to invest money on patenting, I want to keep it confidential, it's our family business. That's fine as well. Whatever you want to decide. Then you will work on that assignment today on 2 aspects, commercialization that I'm covering, and we'll be helping you with that process. You will do the same thing tomorrow with 2 topics that we'll cover in the first half. Second half, you'll come back to the same problem, same group, sit in your group and work through that assignment. Do that on Wednesday, do that on Thursday. Friday, each group will make a presentation of 5 minutes. There is an assessment as part of this exercise for you to get the certificate, which is a requirement of GIAN program. I won't be here, but Indu will run that. I'm leaving on Wednesday evening, so I'm with you on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Indu will cover Thursday and Friday. All right? On Friday, each group will make a presentation of 5 minutes about what you have learned through these 4 days. You can have maximum 5 slides. 5 slides, 5 minutes. All right? And group also has to decide who is presenting. Is each person presenting 1 slide, or somebody who is very smart in presenting, they are doing the presentation for everyone. You do group projects, right? You know how bad they are. They never work, right? Most students hate group projects. It's only 1 or 2 people who end up doing the work for everyone else, right? And everybody thinks, I'm doing for everyone, but others are not doing it. So you'll need to go through the same process again. All right? So on the last day, each one of you, but you'll get all 5, how many? 6. All 6 members of the group will get pass or fail, and that will be end of this course. Is it clear? Any question that you have, how you are going to run it? No. What you have done with the innovation. So you pick up innovation. Like this morning we talked about patents, country, plant breeder rights, trademarks, copyright. I want you to think through your innovation. Your innovation can be a new form of music, right? Now that music you cannot be patented. We heard this morning that you have to have copyright on that. So you can say, we'll go with copyright. That's our selection. So you need to present your invention. You need to present how you're going to manage that. Okay? Somebody was thinking of a patent. They may say, I'm not going to file in China. I don't care what Chinese do. That's fine. That's your call. But then you lose 1.5 billion people of the world who can buy your product. So that's the kind of discussion you need to have. Now, this exercise you may have to do outside hours that we are covering together. So you might have to sit together at dinner time, talk through your process, think through it. You may have to do some homework on it. The way it is structured, you won't have time to work on it here. You'll get some time, but not a lot of time. And I'll try to address your questions. Like if we are talking something today, maybe tomorrow morning we can keep half an hour just for discussion. So you pick up an invention today, talk through it during dinner time, come back tomorrow and say, this is what we are thinking, is this the right approach? We can have some of that discussion tomorrow. But for me to be able to answer, I need you to have questions. All right? So I repeat again, group of 6 each, 1 invention, work through the assignment through all these different aspects, 5 minutes presentation on the last day, 5 minutes, 5 slides. You will work on the same assignment throughout 4 days. You're not changing your problem. So we'll spend some time on thinking about it carefully today. You may want to keep 2 options and maybe delete 1 tomorrow. That's also an idea. Okay? Again, it's not a course exam. We probably won't fail anyone. I want you to enjoy this process. I want you to learn with me. That's the objective. Marks, don't care. Who cares? You know, that's not important here. What's important is if you are spending your time with me, you're committing your valuable time, you should get something in return for it. That's what I would like to see happening. Okay? I'm sure there was no compulsion for you to attend this course. So if you're doing it by choice, you're committing your time and you need to get value for it. If you don't get that, then I've failed in my purpose. All right? Okay. So let's look at commercialization. Trends, challenges. So what do we mean by commercialization? Commercialization means you have identified an invention. How would you try to sell it to someone? What I was showing you with levodopa or carbidopa, I'm trying to sell that to someone. The selling is not to sell my injection, right? I don't have an injection to sell. The selling is for someone to buy, make them invest into my project. Have you seen Shark Tank? Yes? Anyone who has not seen it? You have not seen it? You need to see Shark Tank. If you are interested in IP, innovation, commercialization, I love that program. I've seen almost all episodes of it. Just different way people present their idea and how investors critique them, how they make it hard for them, how they rubbish number of ideas. This is not going to sell, rubbish, right? You've seen that happening. So that because investor is looking from, your intention is different, investor is thinking from a different angle. They want to see return on investment. So what commercialization means, basically Shark Tank thing. In nutshell, that's what I mean by commercialization. So we'll talk about defining commercialization, innovation journey, what's happening in the field, what are opportunities, case studies, some approaches, and your role. What is commercialization? Process of bringing new service and products to the market. Why do we do any kind of invention? Just because we want to, remember, make money? You may not say it first. You may say we want to help mankind. You may say money second. That's your choice. But money has to be there. If money is not there, it will not work. Okay? If you want to be philosophical and you can say, I'm passionate about this, I want to solve this problem. I'm passionate about farmers, I'm passionate about patients, I want to help them. Do that, that's fine, keep that as number one, but make sure to talk of money. It just won't work without money, unfortunately. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's see what others think. I have my fields, my thinking, but let me listen from others. She is saying that some people for work and name and fame, they don't work. Are you saying they don't work for money? No. Yes or no?
First priority is there.
Okay, first priority is fine, but the money is there or not? Do you know of anyone who works for name and fame without thinking of money? Can you give me one example? Yeah? APJ Abdul Kalam. I don't know enough about him to make any comment. I knew he was President of India, but not in my time. So I've not read a lot about him. I'm sure as a president he must have got money, but I don't know enough, so I should not make any comment on it. Okay.
Basic money everyone wants. They are not mad about money, but
Yes.
basic money.
The degree of money needs can be different, right? I agree. The degree of requirements can. Some people can have 100 million, they may still say I'm poor. Somebody can have $100 in the pocket and they can enjoy it. So everybody's perception. I have 2 kids. Our daughter is younger. She is very smart girl. If she would score 99, she would come home and cry and go and fight with the teacher next day. Where did I lose my 1 mark? That's our daughter. And our son is an engineer now. If he gets 51 marks, he will come and party next day. He will say, I needed 50 to pass. I've got 51. Both kids are born to the same parents, same food, we have never differentiated between kids. Same education, they went to the same school. All the damage done to the parents, both of them did the equal damage. So all of that but they're very different. Right? Who is right, who is wrong? Our son is very successful in his job. He loves, he's got 4 promotions in 5 years as a mechanical engineer. He does so well. Who cares about 51 marks? The job doesn't care. So it's different for everyone. So I don't think I have a right answer for you, but You can keep name and fame first. That's fine. All right. So commercialization is process of bringing new products or services to market. What is the journey? As I said earlier, it's a marathon, not a sprint, which means you can't start something today and start selling it tomorrow. It might work for a few days, it will fall apart. It won't go very far. Okay? So idea and research, this is the birth of the concept. IP protection that we talked about. Proof of concept. So if we take example of Vaishnavi is not here, maybe we can continue the same example. The drone which can sense the farm. Okay? How are you doing for time? 10 minutes. Anyone has any other idea? I don't like to do things in somebody's absence. Vaishnavi is not here. Yes? Nanobots that can? Nanobots that can harvest marine natural products. Yes. Okay, explain a bit more.
Basically, they have to be
Okay, what's your name? Shivan. Okay, let's pick a Shivan's example. Shivan is keen on developing a nanobot that can collect marine natural products. Basically, go to the sea, collect all that is useful in the sea, right? Now, what are the issues around here? Survival in seawater, pressure, being sensitive to picking what they want to pick, what you want them to pick, all right? So, great idea, definitely worth pursuing. Now, I don't know what exists out there. It may already be there somewhere in China. They have everything. That's something interesting you will find when you start searching. Whatever idea you comes to mind, somebody somewhere has worked on it. So you have to be careful about that. That's part of second phase. So let's work on Shivan's idea, a nanobot that can collect marine bioproducts. That's idea and research, IP protection. So what you'll do here, in this case, it's not copyright, it's not plant breeder right, it's not trademark. You have to have a patent for it, right? So you'll have to search for, has somebody already reported a nanobot or some other name? Somebody may calling it, whatever name you want to pick, a microbat or an AI bot, but maybe doing the same thing. So you'll have to be careful in judging that, because patent office will look at it. If somebody had developed it and they call it microbot, you will not get a patent on it. Okay? So patent search, you look for innovation, which means novelty, new, usefulness, which is it is useful, and non-obvious. Yeah, I would imagine it's non-obvious for now. Okay? So that means you can get a patent on it if nobody has reported it. That's your IP thing. Then comes proof of concept. Validation, technology, potential. Validation of technology. So you will have to create some type of prototype before even you can file a patent. Patent normally would have an example of how this technique will work. So you'll have to create that first before going to filing a patent. Right? So you need to validate. Like what I've done with my levodopa carbidopa injection. We have made it, we have shown the release profile, we have validated that our combination works. It releases for 7 days. Same thing. Next step is prototyping, building and refining the product. Market validation. That's where you start thinking of commercialization. Who will buy it? I can design it, but who will buy it from me? Either from me or from somebody I license to. Okay? That's market validation. Business planning, creating a roadmap for success. That's the next step, which we'll be talking tomorrow. Capital raising. How would you find money? That's what they do in Shark Tank. That's all capital raising. They come up with idea, they show a prototype. I don't know if you remember the example, they will some kind of savory namkeen and all, and they will feed to them investors and say, taste my namkeen, it's so good, and then they will say, it's, you know, Haldiram says the same thing, why should we buy it from you? So all of that part of, that is what is capital raising. I'm in the process of, I'm almost prototyping, but we are doing business planning and capital raising first. Because for me to come up with a good prototype, I need money, which is a product which will have answer to all the questions that you were asking me this morning. Right? I don't have funding to do that, so I'm going to capital raising first. So this, again, as you can already see from my example, this sequence doesn't always work in that order. But you will have to do all of these before you can get to launch and scale. Right? You may have a rich grandfather who says, I'm dying, here is $100 million, take it and develop it. So your money problem may not be a problem, but it can be a big problem for me. So everyone is different, every case is different. Trends in commercialization, globalization of market is becoming a big thing. I don't know if you won't believe if I tell you, I've seen a time when there was no phone. You won't believe that, right? Many of you were not even born at that time. When there was no phone, no internet, no computers. I've seen in my lifetime. So when I was doing my PhD, master's, there was no, we got a thesis written on a typewriter. PhD, we got access to emails. When I finished PhD, I went to Chicago. That was the first time I got access to internet. Slow internet, but used to work. That's the first time we bought a phone. Our phone used to be like this chunky, bulky, forget the screen. Screen came a bit late, long later. So all those kind of things. So technology evolves, but what is now is globalization of market. Now I'm sure on Instagram and TikTok and whatever other programs you use, you must be seeing everything that's available everywhere in the world, right? So Shivan's nanobot, if he develops it here, somebody in Japan may be keen on buying it. If he posts on Instagram after IP protection, somebody in Russia may be keen on buying that product. So there's a globalization of market which is now happening, and it's getting better and better with time. AI is another new thing, digitalization, open innovation. You know what is open innovation? Have you heard of OpenAI? ChatGPT is OpenAI. So everything is in public domain. It pulls data from everywhere, fires it back at you. Okay? You might have on Punjab University website, Chitkara University website. If you ask where can I do pharmacy in this part of the world, it will pull out information from there. So that's OpenAI. Sustainable and ethical, that's everywhere now. Valley of death. Have you heard of this term? No? So valley of death is the time when you need money to do things. So levodopa and carbidopa, where we are now, we are almost at valley of death. So I have a PhD student who's working on it. She's finishing in 6 months' time. She got a patent filed. She got media release. She's done everything that she had to do. She'll now finish. I can't stop her. I don't want to stop her. All right? For me to go to the next phase, I need to hire a staff, for which I need $150,000. Unless I have that money, I cannot go to the next step. If I'm not able to find that money in next 6 months' time, my project will die. So that's my valley of death. And that happens to every project. Every project. Shivan may start with some money borrowing from friends and family, create some nanobot, talk to a mechanical engineer, but for him to get his prototype to a right shape and form and even patent filing, he would need more money. And that's what we mean by valley of death. That's where you need investor who believes in you, who is willing to put. Somehow you need to find money to get that done. Okay? Now that's something you need to think for your invention. How will you find money to develop it? That's part of the exercise. Whatever your invention think of, it's all hypothetical. You're not going to borrow money from somewhere. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to do that. But you can say, I have a rich uncle, I'll get from him. That's fine, if you have a rich uncle. Or an aunt who is going to die, but get all his inheritance, fine, as long as you have that. Okay? Challenges in commercialization, funding gaps, regulatory hurdles. Again, we were talking of Vaishnavi's invention around drone. Same thing can happen to his thing. He can design a nanobot, but then is he allowed to go and do the farming or collect that? Some countries may that, some country may say you're not allowed to use automated system in the sea. So all that regulatory hurdles will come into place. Market adoption, will people buy it? Will people feel very scared of that thing? Right? IP enforcement and talent scarcity. So IP we have talked about, talent is another big issue. So for Shivan to be able to design that nanobot, he will need mechanical engineers, he will need mechatronics people who can bring in their expertise. If he had unlimited funds, it will be easy to source for him. But if he is short on money, then he still wants to do it. How do you do that? So it's mix of, again, number of factors. Talent is the biggest issue in innovation. That's the biggest challenge for you to find the right partners. And that's part of this session is talking about partnerships, collaboration. If you can't do it, Shivan may have this idea, but he may say, I can't do it. Let me find a rich friend who can invest money into it. I'll give 50% equity to this person. So he might have to share his idea with this friend in order to get money from him to be able to reach somewhere. Or he can choose, I don't want money from this, I want to keep all 100%, but I don't have money to develop it further. What will happen? Right? That's part of this process. Opportunities in commercialization, strategic partnerships, government support, new investment models, crowdfunding, global digital platforms. So these are all. Have you heard of the term crowdfunding? Do you know that? Does it happen in India? Yeah? Correct. You're absolutely right. So you create, there are websites which support crowdfunding thing, where you present your idea, problem, challenge. My mother is dying, I need $50,000 for treatment. And people donate money sincerely. No, that's not sharing, it's donation. It's a donation. So Shivan may post that idea that I want to develop this, and for that I need this much money, and there you might be lucky. Somebody somewhere may say, I want to help the environment, I want to see people benefiting from sea, I want to donate some money. Okay. But then he has to be careful that if he posts on internet, without filing a patent, somebody may pick that idea and start developing it before he takes it there. Right? The biggest challenge for us is, I'm very scared of Chinese people. And there is a reason. I've done a lot of work in China. I've traveled to China probably 20 times in the last 5-6 years. So I do a lot of traveling there. I collaborate with a lot of people. They're amazing people, very hardworking, but they're very smart. And they have a lot of resources. So if I tell you a pharmaceutics lab, we work with Shandong University. A pharmaceutics lab would have typically, one university would have probably 150 pharmaceutics masters. Each master student will spend 3 years in their degree. So if I talk to a supervisor there, someone like Indu or me, they might have 10 master students working with them every year. If I present any idea they want to copy and steal from me, they can do it like this. In Australia, it will probably take me 5 years to develop that. China, they will have it in 3 months' time. So the speed is amazing. India can't beat that. India has a lot of good things, but you can't beat Chinese strength, Chinese speed and intelligence at which they work on things. And they're very good in copying. They don't care about patents, they don't have any respect for anything. If we can use it, we are going to use it. It's a communist country. That's their model. Right? Yeah. I mean, you would have seen a lot of Chinese stuff in Indian market. How come a country like China can sell in India? Why are they able to survive here? Why are you not buying Indian-made car? And I went for lunch, and this car was MG car, which is a Chinese company. Right? How are they able to make a market here in this country? Price, they copy ideas from bigger car manufacturers, without caring for patents, modify them, and so you and me as a buyer, we are getting extra features in the car for much less price. You don't have to buy Porsche and BMW and Audi. You get that in MG car. Okay, so that's the, so you do that. Now, again, I have 6 different examples. I'll skip that discussion. So I have success story of Moderna. You know about COVID vaccine, how successful it was. That was a commercialization thing. Then this one is a failure thing. AI, again, I'll skip through these. Have you heard of green meat? Plant meat? Is it sold in Australia, in India? Can you buy this? Virat Kohli has a brand? Yeah. So this is another success story which has worked quite well in many countries, which is people who are vegetarian, who don't want to kill animals but still want to get meat taste. This is a feature. Now this is very similar to your idea, Shivan. Green farming robot. You were talking of collecting from marine products. This is a failure story. Sorry. I'm not trying to tell you that your story will fail, but this example is very close. So they designed a robot which can help with farming, but it was designed for a particular plant species and particular conditions, and nobody bought it. So something for you to think of, that you don't end up with that kind of failure in your assignment. To prepare for this course, I've spent 3 months. Correct. So success stories are very easy and very popular. Failures are more difficult. And something quite critical, that for me to be able to stand here and talk in front of you, I need to have confidence and validation of what I'm saying. I cannot be presenting you with an artificial fake story, because you might ask me for a reference, and I have to have that ready for me. Right? So it's a lot of work. Some are easy to find, some are more difficult. Okay. So again, this is similar to all my course lectures. I'll have 6 different type of areas, 1 success story and 1 failure story. If I had a month to cover this course, I would have gone through details of everything, but I would strongly advise you to please at least read it 1 time. You will enjoy it, you will like it, you'll look at the examples and you'll get some good ideas from there. And if you have any questions, we can always talk. Okay, so key lessons from case studies. Product market fit is paramount. Product has to fit the market. An idea is of no value if there is no taker for it. So whatever you think for your innovation, it has to, you have to think of buyer, who's going to buy it from me. Scalability is critical. That's where a lot of innovations fail. Making 1 or 2 or 5 units is easy. Start talking of scalability, that poses a lot of challenges. How would you create big quantities? And if you are successful, you might want to sell millions of those nanobots. How will you manufacture? You might go to China to get them manufactured. They'll do it 1/3 price than what you'll pay in India. But that's a strategy, you might use that. Right team matters. It's all team effort. You have to have the right people, that's the key. And adaptability is the key. You might have to change it. I mean, right now you are saying that I'll do marine bioproducts. You might define there are 100 marine bioproducts, I want to focus on those 2 only. That might be available in only Sri Lanka. So maybe your market is now restricted to Sri Lanka, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, commercialization models. You should spend a few minutes on this. So licensing. If I take my levodopa and carbidopa example, licensing is one of my options. I have a provisional patent filed. We have shown some data. We are collecting some PK information. I can license it to someone, give me $500,000, you can have everything. We can transfer patent rights to you, you take it from there, I'm out. Again, Shark Tank, you would have seen some of that happening, right? Spin out, our company is talking to me that they want me to start a spin out company. And I'm avoiding it right now for various reasons, but they are quite fussy that we can find spin out company. Companies have a lot more flexibility than typical universities. Universities have a lot of bureaucracy that we deal with. Spin out company is like your shop, you can choose what you want to do. But it comes at a lot of extra pain points as well. Then you need to find money. You need to find investors who is willing to invest in spin out. So that's a different game. Joint venture, you can find someone who works with you. For example, I need a lot of tox studies done for my formulation. And I'm not a pharmacologist, I'm not a toxicologist. So when I'm here in Punjab University, I may come across, Induji can probably introduce me to a toxicologist who can say, bring the formulation to us, we can do the tox studies for you. That's joint development. Sale of IP. I can sell to someone. Now there's a difference between sale of IP and licensing. Sale of IP is one-time sale. You give it to someone and you're out. Sorry, I should not have used that example. Licensing is where you license them for a certain part of the work or for a country. One of our formulation, which we have developed for fish, we have licensed it to a company only for Australia. We can sell it anywhere else in the world, or I can give it to any other company. That's licensing. Sale of IP would normally be, I'm giving you everything, you take it from here, give us money, we are out. And in fact, you sign a contract that I won't work on it again. Okay? So there are different types of commercialization agreements. Role of partnerships, university industry partnerships is a big thing. I showed you some examples. With levodopa, carbidopa, I'm trying to find a company that will partner with us. I don't have that as yet, but I'm talking to few. Okay. Startup, corporate alliances, government, private sector collaboration. You would have seen a lot of these happening in India. These days, government is pushing very hard. I mean, just the fact that we are talking about this topic is a sign that government is keen to promote these kind of interactions. Future of commercialization, faster cycles. Everything is becoming faster. Technology, lunchtime we were talking, technology is advancing such a fast pace. I don't know how you feel. I am feeling I'm not able to keep up with it. There is so much coming out in AI these days. Every lab meeting, I have 15 people. Every time we talk, we sit down, we talk. What's new? Who's using which programs? Somebody in my team used some program to create these slides for me, right? Which I can't do it. This person did for me. So it's just evolving so fast. The cycles are becoming much faster. Global ecosystems, impact investing, growing focus on social. Everything that we do these days, green, social, economic, climate, those words have to be there. So with Shivan's invention on nanobots, he might have to say if somebody goes and digs out marine products, process, they'll use so much solvent, this. My nanobot can just go and pick up what they want. He would sell it like anything. There'll be investors who would love that. So that's becoming a big part of the thing. Digital twins and simulation, virtual testing. A lot of things can be done virtually now. I mean, we are already almost talking of not using animals for toxicological studies. So a lot of digital modeling and all that is coming. That's part of translation as well. Key takeaways, IP is your shield and sword. Shield because it protects you, sword because it costs a lot of money. You have to be able to invest money to protect yourself. Partnership, power, progress, resilience through the valley. That's the biggest thing. You know what's the success rate of small businesses in the world? 5%. 95% small businesses fail because they can't get over this valley of death. They start, they reach somewhere, they can't move very far just because they can't go through this. Impact as a driving force, that's the key. Okay, these are some references. Okay, so I'll stop here. I'll happy to take up any question on what I've covered so far. Okay, I'll tell you my experience. So the question is, if you are working at the university level, how do you partner or license your development? This would vary from country to country. Even within the country, the way NIPER does it would be different to Punjab University and Chitkara University. Every university is different, every organization is different. My experience with universities are very bad at managing it. I've worked in US, New Zealand, India, NIPER. Most universities are quite bad at handling it. When I'm saying bad, if you talk to, I was reading about Harvard the other day, we were talking to someone. Harvard has a policy of 2-2-2. If a scientist comes to business office and says, I want to protect this innovation and want to license it to someone, they will take maximum 2 days to come back to you. That's the first two. Then the second is 2 weeks. Within 2 months, they will assess your innovation and they will figure out, is it new, is it patentable, this and that. 2 weeks. And then the last two is 2 months. Within 2 months, they will find industrial partner to you. Okay? This is a dream, but can happen in Harvard only, not in Chitkara, not in Punjab University. Punjab University, I'm sure if Induji sends an email to someone in business office, I have this innovation, I want to file a patent, she'll probably wait for 6 months for somebody to look at that email. Am I right? Yes? Yeah. Our universities are slightly better. We get an answer in about a month. And then, but our challenge is we can develop something, but they insist on having an industrial partner before they can invest money on patenting. Now, it's a chicken egg story. A company won't talk to you unless you have a patent, and they won't patent unless they have a company lined up. That's the biggest issue for us. To further answer your question, what's the benefit, who gets it? Typically, every university has different rules. Our university has rule of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Any invention, so my levodopa and carbidopa, let's say a company, Spanish company, decides to buy it from us for $500,000. They would take 1/3 out straight as cost for supporting. 1/3 they will, no, before doing that, they will look at what all has gone into it. So they might say, we paid 6 months salary to Sanjay for working on this. So that's a salary taken out. We spent X amount to file a patent, that taken out. They'll put a number of those things. So out of 500, I might be left with say 300 to distribute. Then they will say this 300, 1/3 is going to university. We lose 2/3, 1/3 to different departments, 1/3 to the department, 1/3 comes to investigators, which will come to me, and then me and my team. So in this case, out of 300, 100 that is left, I'll have to distribute between me, my PhD student, my technical staff. In the end, all of us might get $10,000 each by the time we do it. Academics don't get anything. Academics work for free. No, I was telling you about the publication this morning. We work for free. Same thing happens with research. I'm giving this lecture on commercialization. I'm talking of patents filing. I'm talking of licensing. As of today, I have not made $1 from any university, in addition to my salary. For one or the other reason, they'll find ways of keeping the money. So question is, in the stage where we are, you're a PhD student or a postdoc, if you want come up with an idea, what's the point of doing it? Practically no point. If you look at Commercialization model spin out companies in different countries. Most of those come out of postdoc work. So what you need to do is develop something in PhD. If you have innovation, keep it with you. Don't put in your thesis. Put whatever rubbish, get your exam done, get your degree, become a postdoc somewhere, develop the prototype, work for 1 year, leave the university, start a spin out company. Become independent of university. If you are part of university sector, you will never make any money. And then start a spin out company and then come to university that partner with me and work with me on developing this product. Then university can't take it from you because you have the right as an. So majority of spin outs in Western world, in US, in UK, they are started by postdocs because they have the idea from innovation. Sir, but I'm telling you the real crux of it. Sir, but I'm telling you the real crux of it. It's true, it's true. Universities, India is horrible. I still have money at NIPER from my job, where NIPER got money for selling one of the patent thing. They never gave it to me as a staff. After 20 years, I'm still was a lot of money. These days, 3 lakhs has lost its value. But I won't get in this lifetime. And I tried breaking my head with the walls. No luck. And that's part of the reason India is lagging behind in translation, reaching anywhere. Some of us stop doing it, some who are motivated take it longer, but in the end everybody fizzles out and nothing comes. Changing class of 60, 70 students, if one student comes up with an innovation about it and you to be listening about it, it's a good return on investment, right? All right, any other question before we get to your assignment? Anyone? No? We're running out of time, so we'll do it quick. So I'll stop here. Now let's get into assignment to have 6 partners. I don't want to help in this process because I can't help it. Best is you create your own group. Okay? Go with the understanding that everybody will contribute. They're going to be great group members. Let's do that. 10 minutes, start now. Move up, get up. Yes. need to identify the problem first. Excuse me. Hello, hello, hello. I see some students have already formed a group. So if you have already formed a group, you can move to the next step, which is start talking of invention. So share your ideas, get into that discussion as to this is what I'm thinking. exploring what can be done. It's fantastic. What I would suggest is a big problem that I see in research innovation is whatever you think of, somebody somewhere would have already done it. We tend to think our idea is novel. I'm the first one to think about it. It happens to me all the time. I dream of ideas, and next morning I start searching Google. God, there are 500 references on it. It's very common. So, and I see PhD students, I'm sure Induji would have seen, where student would spend 6 months and then they say, Madam, ये तो मिल गया पहले से ही किसी ने किया हुआ है. So it's a very common problem to have. So this, you're not doing PhD here, you're here only for 5 days, so I won't worry too much about being completely innovative. You need something for the purpose of assignment, because you'll be asked to talk about patentability, market size, commercialization, all those things as part of it. And you will enjoy doing it better if you can find something innovative. So I would suggest today, don't crystallize anything right now. Pick 2 ideas, maybe not one for each group. Go to dinner as a group with your group members, sit somewhere, wherever. Take out your laptops, take out your phones, start searching on Google. Do some blanket search. What is known about, ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT knows everything. So, or Copilot or whatever you use. Do some search. Think from the angle that, is it commercializable? Will somebody pay for it? If I'm the user, or my mom is a user, or my grandma is a user, are they going to pay for it? If nobody is willing to pay for it, idea is useless. Then it becomes academic research. You can get your master's, PhD, knowing that it will not reach anywhere, but I'll get my degree. That's fine, if that's the objective. But that's not what we are doing here. Right? What we are doing here is coming up with something which is patentable, marketable. So think from that angle. You are getting all the elements that you need to have. So don't worry about content that I have covered too much. It's already there. I can see when I'm talking to groups here, you are getting sense of what I'm trying to convey. So it's not bad. Just pick a couple of ideas. Maybe by tomorrow morning, try to crystallize on one. Sleep on it. That's what I say. Sleep on it. It has to click at 12 o'clock in the night. It will click with a sudden, yes, I can do this. That has to happen. And then if it is not, you won't have anything perfect. I can guarantee you will not have anything which is 100% foolproof. Whatever you pick up, something will be expensive, something will be already known. Incremental, look for incremental benefits, which means there's a device out there which is half kg. I'm going to design a device which is going to be 50 gram. That's a benefit, even if it can do the same thing but smaller size. Or this device requires storing on the shelf, my device can go in the pocket. That's a big benefit if you can achieve that. All right? So I'll stop here for today. I'll come to the groups who have raised hand to finish up. But we are ending our day today. What time do you want to start tomorrow? 9:45? All right. I'm good. You just tell me the time. 9:45. What I'll do is we'll have the class around 9:45. I'll try to come here by 9:15. So those of you who want to talk about your ideas, have some more discussion, I'll come at 9:15. How does that sound?
9:30, sorry.
9:30? Okay, then I'll have to come by 9. I want to keep half an hour for discussion with group as small group level. So class will start at 9:30. I'll be here at 9. All of you don't need to come, only if you have something to talk to me. All right? If you don't have anything to talk, come at 9:30. That's fine. So it's optional. But I'll be here around 9-ish. All right? Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the day. And any feedback for me, anything you would like me to do differently tomorrow? Am I running too fast? You're okay with the speed, right? Okay. Content-wise, I'm feeling I'm not very structured. It's going very ad hoc, random. But at the end of the day, you're getting what you need to get. So it's fine. I think we're okay with it.
I just wanted to add a few things. Keyword search be important to Jaigi to realize whether it is already there in the public domain or not. So do think of different keywords for whatever you decide. है ना? That would be important. नहीं तो क्या होता है keyword अगर हमने वो नहीं डाला तो we might miss out on what is already there. One thing and another, जैसे सर ने बोला कि novelty तो है ही है. अगर तुम inventive step और एप्लीकेबिलिटी की हम बात कर ही चुके हैं, दैट would anyone buy my technology, so that is, it should be societally useful to the society or should have commercial applicability. But do think of one inventive step also, because that is where usually we are stuck when the first examination report comes. The evaluator usually says, okay, I agree, it's novel, okay, it has applicability, but what about the inventive step? And then we don't know how to defend that. So do try thinking on those terms as well when you decide, debate. So I think what me and Sanjay ji wanted to do here was, first of all, अपने बंद दरवाजे दिमाग के ज़रूर खोल दो, enter everywhere, anywhere and everywhere, ठीक है? So just do start thinking with your heart, with your eyes, with your brain, तो करना ही है, उसके अलावा भी सोचना शुरू कर दो, सोचने के साथ साथ आगू करना, ठीक है ना? इट इज़ नॉट 6 में से एक ने बोला ये नोवल आइडिया तो मैं एग्री करूँ, अगर मेरे माइंड में वो बात नहीं अपील कर रही तो मुझे आगू करना आना चाहिए. मैं बारी बारी बहुत बारी बोलती हूँ क्लास में भी और ऐसे ग्रुप्स में भी, तुम भेडे नहीं हो, ठीक है, कि एक बंदा तो चारेगा तो सारे पीछे तुर पोगे. सो डू ट्राई, सी साइंस का पर्पज ही ये है, मेरा इंटेलेक्ट, मेरा लॉजिक, मेरी रीजनिंग डेवलप हो. तो अगर मैं कन्विंस्ड नहीं हूँ तो मैं वो काम नहीं करूँगी. ये बात अगर तुम डेवलप कर लेते हो तो आई एम श्योर तुम सब सोचना भी शुरू कर दोगे, रियलाइज करना भी शुरू कर दोगे क्या नोवेल है, और कुछ ना कुछ इन्वेंट भी करना शुरू कर दोगे. सो दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव टू से.
इंदु जी ग्रुप्स को ऑलरेडी लड़ाने पे शुरू हो गई हैं कि अब लड़ना शुरू कर दो.
नहीं, उसमें होता ही है कि एक ग्रुप वाला जो प्रोएक्टिव होता है वो बोलेगा एंड ऑल ऑफ देम यू नो एग्री. आई यूजुअली वो जो आर्गुमेंटेटिव इंडियन वाली किताब है ना, मुझे लगता है वो हमें पढ़नी चाहिए सबको.
ठीक है. ऑलराइट, थैंक यू. बाय. ओके, सो ऑल ऑफ यू कैन गो. दिस ग्रुप्स हु वांटेड टू टॉक.